Calling the June 24th, 2024 meeting of San Jose City Schools Board meeting to order. We will now be taking public comment on closed session items. Those items are item B1, public employee performance evaluation, B2, public employee discipline or dismissal, B3, conference with labor negotiators, B4, conference with legal counsel, B5, conference with legal counsel, B6, conference with property negotiator, and B7, student expulsions. Do we have any blue cards?
President Medina, there are no blue cards.
Seeing no blue cards, we will now recess into closed session. Opening up the meeting again. If you would all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and then remain standing for territorial land acknowledgement. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now, please remain standing. We will have Principal Gabriela Lavera and Principal Aida Diaz give us our territorial land acknowledgement.
Thank you. Gracias. Reconozco que las escuelas de la ciudad de Santa Rosa se encuentran en el territorio tradicional y las tierras natales del pueblo Pomo, el territorio tradicional y las tierras natales del pueblo Miwok de la costa, y honro con gratitud la tierra misma y las personas que le han cuidado y administrado a lo largo de las generaciones. Este reconocimiento de la tierra nos llama a comprometernos a seguir aprendiendo cómo ser mejores administradores y cuidar de la tierra que habitamos. Al ofrecer este reconocimiento de tierras, afirmamos la soberanía indígena y trabajaremos para que las escuelas de la ciudad de Santa Rosa sean más responsables ante las necesidades de los pueblos indígenas y nativos.
I acknowledge that Santa Rosa City Schools is on the traditional territory and homelands of the Pomo people, traditional territory and homelands of the Coast Miwok people, and honor with gratitude the land itself and the people who have stewarded it throughout the generations. This land acknowledgement calls us to commit to continuing to learn how to be better stewards of the land we inhabit. By offering this land acknowledgement, we affirm Indigenous sovereignty and will work to hold Santa Rosa City Schools more accountable to the needs of American Indian and Indigenous people. Thank you.
Gracias and thank you. You may be seated. So now we will move on to item C3, report of actions taken in closed session. The board took action and voted on item B2 in consultation with our attorneys. Now moving on to item C4, items considered in closed session for action in open session. We need a motion on item B7. Student expulsions.
I move on item B7.
I will second.
So there's a motion, just to clarify, to accept the recommendation.
Accept the recommendation, yes.
Moved by Trustee Manieri, seconded by Trustee Sheffield. Is there any discussion? See none, roll call vote, please.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
Trustee Sheffield.
Aye.
Trustee De La Cruz.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
President Medina.
Aye. We will now move on to item C5, statements of abstention. Are there any statements of abstention, board members? Seeing none, we'll move on to C6, adjustments to the agenda. Are there any adjustments? None? Okay. Now, we'll move on to item C7, special presentations for Student of the Month. First we will have, well, I'll let you present our speakers, Superintendent Turnell.
Thank you, President Medina.
Tonight, we have representation, and we are going to hear from CCLA first, followed by Elsie Allen High School.
So Principal Diaz, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. It is my great pleasure to introduce Yareli Diaz-Cerrón. I will be acknowledging her in Spanish first, and then I will be doing the presentation in English. Es un honor para mí presentarles a Yareli Diaz-Cerrón, estudiante del año de la Academia de Idiomas de César Chávez. Yareli es ejemplo de lo que nos esforzamos en todos nuestros estudiantes de CCLA. Fomentar ciudadanos creativos, honestos y amables de la comunidad y del mundo. Yareli llegó a Estados Unidos hace solamente 4 años desde Uruapan, Michoacán. Ella no solo sobresale académicamente, sino que se preocupa por su familia, su escuela y su comunidad. Está involucrada en baloncesto, liderazgo y drama. Cuando se le pregunta qué la motiva, ella afirma: quiero tener éxito. Mi familia sacrificó mucho para traerme a los Estados Unidos. Quiero que se sientan orgullosos. También quiere ser abogada cuando sea mayor. Quiere poder ayudar a la gente. Da esperanzas para el futuro con un estudiante tan increíble. Esto es lo que dijo una de sus maestras. No puedo hablar lo suficiente de Yareli. La extrañaré muchísimo cuando se gradúe, ya que se ha convertido en una de mis incorporaciones más confiables y positivas en mi clase de liderazgo este año. También es increíblemente valiente y está dispuesta a hacer lo que sea necesario para mejorar la experiencia escolar de todos. Cuando la pusieron en mi clase de teatro el año pasado, estaba aterrorizada de actuar frente a sus compañeros. En el transcurso de su tiempo en mi clase, se convirtió en una joven con una empatía y persistente increíble. Es una líder admirable, comprensiva, enfocada y responsable. Yareli merece todo el reconocimiento de estudiante del año, ya que se encarna la excelencia académica, la gracia social y la determinación personal. Todos podemos aprender de un ser humano tan excepcional. Estoy muy orgullosa de estar en su presencia. En CCLA no tenemos ninguna duda de que ella alcanzará lo que se proponga y agradecemos a toda su familia que está aquí con ella por compartirla con nosotros. Felicidades.
Ahora en inglés.
Ahora en inglés, now in English. It is my honor to introduce Cesar Chavez Language Academy Student of the Year, Yareli Diaz-Cerrón. Yareli exemplifies what we strive for all our students at CCLA, to foster creative, honest, and kind citizens of the community and the world. Yareli came to the United States 4 years ago from Uruapan, Michoacán. She not only excels academically, but cares about her family, school, and community. She is involved in basketball, leadership, and drama. When asked what motivates her, she states, I want to be successful. My family sacrificed a lot to bring us to the United States. I want to make them proud. She also wants to be a lawyer when she grows up. She wants to be able to help people. It gives us all hope for the future with such an amazing student. Here's what one of her teachers said. I can't speak highly enough of Yareli. I'm going to miss her terribly when she graduates, as she has become one of my most reliable and positive additions to my leadership class this year. She is also incredibly brave and is willing to do whatever it takes to make everyone's school experience better. When she was put in my drama class last year, she was terrified to act in front of her peers. Over the course of her time in my class, she blossomed into a fearless young woman with an incredible empathy and persistence. She is an admirable leader who is understanding, focused, and responsible. Yareli deserves all of the recognition of Student of the Year as she embodies academic excellence, social grace, and personal determination. We can all learn from such an exceptional human being, and I am beyond proud to be in her presence. We at CCLA have no doubt that she will accomplish greatness, and we thank her her family, and her parents for sharing her with us. Congratulations, and Piner, you're super lucky. You can have your family come down. My sister. You ready? Okay. It is a great pleasure to introduce our classified employee of the year, Marlene Jimenez Lu. Marlene, go ahead. Oh, wait. Marlene has been working as our student engagement for many years. If you happen to drive by Cesar Chavez Language Academy, you have been greeted by Marlene Jimenez Lu during morning drop-off. Marlene is warm and caring and greeting students and trusted adults. On the rare occasion that she's absent, students miss her presence. And some, including admin, have cried at the fact that Marlene is not there to walk them to the playground. Besides greeting the students on a daily basis, Marlene brings the magic to CCLA. By engaging students during their break and lunch, by providing a space in which students get to explore different topics, Lego club, art club, book club, craft club, or any other club that sometimes they will propose. In addition to the magic she brings during the school day, she organizes the after-school extracurricular offerings, ballet folklorico, chess club, National Academics of Athletics. Marlene is a key component of our Tier 2 team, rightfully titled our CARE team, in which we strive to provide students the support they need in order for them to reach their full potential. Teachers had this to say: Marlene is a definition of a team player. She is always willing to help with anything and with anyone. She always does it in such a helpful and positive way. Students truly connect with her and look forward to spending time with her. Marlene is a constant at CCLA. CCLA wouldn't be CCLA without her. Her kindness radiates as she helps make all our students feel welcome and like part of the community daily. The kids love her and the staff love her working with her. Her support is always appreciated. Marlene adds value and supports the CCLA mission and vision. We at CCLA are forever grateful for all her dedication and love you give to all you encounter. Congratulations, Marlene, as our classified employee of the year. It is my pleasure to introduce our Certificated Employee of the Year, Nancy Castillo. Go ahead. I've had the honor of working with Nancy these last 2 years as a CCLA school psychologist. Nancy has been working in San Jose City Schools since 2018. Nancy prioritizes working with students and supports their emotional and academic growth. Along with her commitment to students, she supports the CCLA staff, understanding how to best serve students through the Behavior Student Support Checklist to ensure that classrooms are visually engaging, an optimal learning environment for our students. In her work as a lead for the initial IEP process, she communicates effectively with students' trusted adults to outline the process, updates the staff members, and presents the findings thoroughly during meetings. She strives to provide the entire team with more information about how a student learns that leads us to better serve our students. Along with all the support staff and students, she is a consistent participant of our school community and frequently attends school events. Her commitment to students is unwavering, and she continues to advocate for all our students. Staff members commented, Nancy is such an important part of our school as she is helping and supporting all of our students. She does it with such care and empathy, and it's truly admirable. Nancy has a calming presence and a wonderful attitude that makes her so easy and refreshing with whom to work with. She's patient with difficult situations and students, putting our students first. She is caring and compassionate without discrimination. Nancy is open to communication and receptive to others' ideas. She is a complete package when it comes to being a team player, and we're very fortunate to have her at CCLA. Your expertise is truly invaluable, and we consider ourselves fortunate to have someone as exceptional as you contributing to our school site. You are an inspiration, and your dedication is greatly appreciated. Congratulations, Nancy Castillo, as this year's Certificated Employee of the Year.
And I will have Principal Alba Vera present the awards for LC Allen High School.
Good evening. Good evening. Yes, make sure it's on. I'd like to welcome Eva Cruz to the podium. LC Allen High School is honored to present Eva Cruz with our highest recognition and honor, the Santa Rosa City School Board Student of the Month Award for January 2024. Eva is an amazing young woman. Eva came to us as a freshman, and she had pretty big shoes to fill as her two older sisters were also Lobos as well. But Eva found her way and created her own path to be not only a scholar, but a true leader on our campus. Eva has been a cheerleader since her freshman year, and she has also been part of our AVID program as well. She has taken all honors courses and AP courses. She's part of our foundation club that works with our LC Allen High School Foundation. She's the vice president of the dance club, senior class president, and has been a four-year cheerleader. Outside of school, she has been a cheerleader as well on a competitive fierce cheer team, where she has been a national champion and second in the world. She has volunteered for multiple cheer camps and summer camps for young children and has worked as well. What a resume. At school, Eva has demonstrated solid leadership skills as the senior class president, bringing in fresh ideas to the position. She has been creative as a member of our dance class, where she has performed with confidence and grace. And as a cheerleader, she has supported the younger cheerleaders by being an excellent role model. All that is good, but what really sets Eva aside from everyone else is that she is also humble and thoughtful young woman who is determined to succeed and who also thinks of others and cares for others. Eva shared with me that she has had plenty of caring adult support, but her two that stand out above all is Mr. Petty, who's here today, and Mr. Malloy, because they were always there for her. Eva's future looks bright. She'll be applying to go to her dream school, the University of Oregon, to study the mind. She wants to be a psychiatrist. Yeah. We have no doubt that she will achieve all her academic and potential goals. LC Allen High School is proud to present Eva Cruz as our Student of the Month. Kathy? Our LC Allen High School Classified Employee of the Month is Kathy Hayes. Yes. Kathy Hayes has been our administrative assistant for the past 5 years, and before that, she'd been an LC Allen High School parent for 4 years as her twin sons were Lobos, and now they're enjoying the college life in Berkeley. It goes without saying that Kathy Hayes makes sure that our school is running smoothly on a daily basis, and that takes a lot of work. Her office is the epicenter of the school. From making sure that subs are ready to go, getting information from custodial staff, onto the status of the campus every day, onboarding any new staff members that join the team, make sure that the principal's aware of everything that's going on and what will impact our school site, update on all the documents that are shared with staff, and many, many, many more duties that if we're to list them all, probably would take up the whole board meeting. Kathy's attitude and drive has always been about how to make LC Allen High School the best it can be. Her passion goes beyond our school. She is passionate about the whole Southwest community, and as important is that she loves our school community as well. An important part of her position is reaching out to students, parents, and staff to partake of leadership roles in our site, as she feels that these roles are the key to a successful school. She connects with everyone, and she does it with a smile. She's also there to support all who come into her office, including me, when we need to vent about something. There has always been many times that I have sought out her wisdom, and she has welcomed me and anyone with a concern with open arms. Kathy is the heart and soul of our school, and we are lucky to have Kathy on our team. LC Allen High School is proud to present Kathy Hayes as our Classified Employee of the Month. Thank you. Oh, I thought everybody was cheering me on. All right, it's with great pleasure that LC Allen High School recognizes Efrain Naves, our certificate employee of 2024. Efrain has been a music teacher for over 20 years, starting his career in Southern California. And he came to us right after the pandemic, and he has made a positive impact on our program, our school, and with our students and parents ever since. I don't need to tell you that after the pandemic, our music, arts, and drama programs suffered immensely. From no students participating in the arts to losing instruments, our music program was in a big hole. When Mr. Nava came in, he looked at what we had and he started to build it from the ground up. Since his first year, he's become our department chair, overseeing all visual and performing arts, worked hard to establish our mariachi band, build a guitar class, start the mariachi, rebuild the drum line, help Ms. Hernandez with the creation of a color guard, get new band uniforms for the Lobo Band, and put the Lobo Band back on the map with a big win at the Rose Parade last year, by the way. I'm just saying. In conjunction with the CCLA band as well, by the way, just saying. His collaboration with Cesar Chavez Language Academy music teacher, Mr. Kyle Thompson, and his students to build the first middle school / high school band to march in the FFA parade in Hillsburg and show up and kill it, and goes to show the passion that he demonstrates for our music students every day. Mr. Nava's energy and passion is infectious, and his guidance and support for our students is what we want for all of our students. He is also there for our community, as he has had to have band performances for the Sonoma County Office of Education, as well as for the Andy Lopez Memorial in October of 2023. It is for all those reasons, and for also singing Las Mañanitas for me on Monday, which I greatly appreciate, that we have nominated LC Allen High School Efrain Nava as our Certificated Employee of the Month.
Thank you, Principal Rivera. So now we are going to move on to, well, do we need a minute to allow people to go? Or? Oh, yeah, parent organizations. We'll do that first. First, we'll move on to Cesar Chavez Language Academy. Naomi Acosta, the ELAC rep, do a parent report.
Buenas tardes a todos los presentes. Mi nombre es Víctor Acosta, vengo en representación de mi hermana Noemí Acosta. Soy padre y miembro representante del comité de ILAC en la Escuela Cesar Chavez Language Academy.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Victor Acosta. I am a member of the ELAC committee at Cesar Chavez Language Academy. Noemi Acosta is my sister. He's vice president. Noemi Acosta is president.
El comité de ILAC en nuestra escuela se reúne una vez al mes los días lunes.
Our ELAC committee has, ¿cómo se dice reunir? Monthly meetings on Mondays.
Nuestras reuniones son en persona y se ofrece un cuidado de niños y bocadillos. En nuestras reuniones hablamos sobre temas relacionados con la educación de nuestros hijos clasificados como aprendices del inglés.
Our meetings, we have childcare, and also we have small food items for us to have. Also, we talk about how our students are classified as English learners.
Nuestras reuniones en nuestras reuniones han incluido temas como qué es el comité de ILAC y cómo participar en el comité, el proceso de la reclasificación de los aprendices del inglés, la importancia de asistir y llegar a tiempo a la escuela, programas de apoyo a los aprendices del inglés en la escuela, como grupos de press.
So some of the themes that we have gone over is the reclassification process of ELs, the importance of attendance at school, getting to school on time, also programs that support our English learners at our school site, like Press in English, which is a push-in model to support our students.
También hemos tenido invitados especiales que han presentado temas acerca de la prevención del bullying, cómo prepararse para la universidad y condiciones de salud mental en los jóvenes y cómo podemos ayudarlos, entre otros temas.
We have also had several people present about themes on bully prevention, how do we get to the university, also mental health illness, along with our counseling staff to come in and support us.
Uno de los trabajos más significativos que nuestro comité ha realizado es la distribución de la encuesta de necesidades. El año pasado, nuestra escuela solo recibió, el año antepasado, perdón, nuestra escuela solo recibió 16 respuestas a la encuesta de necesidades. Y el año pasado recibimos un total de 156 respuestas.
Some of the work that we have done as a committee is that we have helped with our needs assessment for English learners survey. The year before last, we only received 16 responses, yet last year we received 156 responses on that survey.
Queremos agradecer a los participantes de ELAC, los empleados y administradores que nos ayudaron a pasar la encuesta a los padres a la hora de la salida de la escuela y a mandar constantes recordatorios sobre la encuesta.
So we would like to say thank you to our ELAC members and administrators for helping us pass out this survey and making sure that everybody is able to complete it, as well as sending out constant reminders to do the survey.
Este año, la escuela, la encuesta aún está abierta y llevamos alrededor de 60 respuestas. Esperamos que este número siga creciendo en el transcurso de los días.
Right now, this year, the survey is currently open and we have about 60 responses, and we hope that that number continues to grow.
Regularmente en nuestras reuniones tenemos pocos participantes. Sin embargo, poco a poco, más padres han llegado a nuestras reuniones.
In our meetings, we have had a couple of parents who regularly attend, but as the school year has gone on, we have been able to grow little by little.
Las presentaciones con temas de interés, como uso de tecnología, bullying, etc., han ayudado a que más padres asistan a nuestras reuniones.
When we have different themes like bullying or technology, that has helped engage more parents to make it to our meetings.
También queremos agradecer a nuestras facilitadoras familiares que han apoyado en el llamar por teléfono a los padres para recordarles de las reuniones y por mandar recordatorios a través de Parent Square.
We would also like to thank our family engagement facilitators for calling parents and reminding them of the meeting, and also sending out our Parent Square messages about reminding them about the meeting.
Algo muy importante a mencionar es que el año pasado nuestra escuela tuvo alrededor de 60 estudiantes reclasificados.
Something important to mention is that last year our school site was able to reclassify 60 students.
Estamos agradecidos por el apoyo de nuestros estudiantes, que nuestros estudiantes han tenido. han recibido para alcanzar esta meta. En especial a nuestras maestras en asignación especial, TOSA. El año pasado, el trabajo de la maestra Cristina Sena fue esencial para alcanzar el resultado.
We would like to take a special moment to thank our TOSAs. Last year's TOSA, Maestra Cristina Sena, was essential in making sure that we reached all of our reclassifications.
También queremos agradecer a nuestros asistentes de instrucción y a nuestras maestras que han trabajado muy duro junto con nuestros estudiantes para alcanzar la reclasificación.
We would like to also thank our IAs, our instructional assistants, who have also helped, and our teachers who have helped with our students reclassify.
Los miembros del comité nos sentimos agradecidos con la administración de la escuela, que ha escuchado nuestras sugerencias acerca de tener servicios adicionales para nuestros estudiantes aprendices del inglés, como es la tutoría.
The members of ELAC we are very thankful for the administration team of our school site for listening to our needs and providing services additional for our students who are ELs, like tutoring.
En nuestra escuela nos sentimos bienvenidos y apoyados y agradecemos a la subdirectora Mendoza Torres y a las facilitadoras familiares Georgina Campos y Silvia Morales, que siempre están con nosotros en las reuniones y que nos han guiado para aprender más sobre el funcionamiento de este comité.
And we are also very thankful and we feel very, very welcomed and supported. And we would like to thank our assistant principal, Ms. Mendoza Torres, and our family engagement facilitators, Georgina Campos and Silvia Morales, for always being with us at the meetings and helping us and guiding us and learning more about our ELAC commitment.
Muchas gracias y buenas noches.
Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias. Dijo que se llamaba Jaime, ¿verdad?
Víctor.
Jaime Acosta.
No, yo me llamo
Oh,
Víctor.
Víctor. Okay, okay. Muchas gracias, Víctor.
Gracias.
And now you're going to be reporting on the foundation? Okay. Yeah, now Principal Diaz will report on the CCLA Foundation.
So I'm reading this on behalf of Anastasio Tovar Rose, who is our president. Good evening to all. Buenas tardes, noches a todos. My name is Anastasio Tovar Rose, and I am the current president of Cesar Chavez Language Academy Foundation. This is my second year as president and my 9th year serving on the board. We have 2 boys that are currently in 7th and 4th grade at CCLA. They both started in our TK program. First off, I want to apologize for not being present, as both my husband Brian and I are on a voyage celebrating our 50th birthday, our first vacation without our boys in 10 years. I want to start off with thanking Santa Rosa City Schools district officials for bringing back our fabulous principal, Ms. Aida Diaz, and I didn't pay them for that, and both our vice principals, Ms. Gabby Mendoza and Ms. Tanya Pearson, to the 2023-24 school year. Having a strong and caring administration is key to a successful school. It's been nice to being the president these last 2 years, knowing that our administration office doors are always open for me and the rest of the parents, students, and staff to come in and discuss any and all issues. Trust me, there's been plenty. I'd like to thank all our CCLA teachers and classified staff for all their hard work in helping make CCLA one of the best schools in Sonoma County. I'd like to thank all our CCLA students and their parents and guardians for choosing to attend Cesar Chavez Language Academy. It is a choice to attend our charter school. Next, I'd like to acknowledge all our current foundation members for making my job easier and invite other parents and guardians to get involved in our foundation. Our next meeting is Monday, February 5th at 6:30 at our CCLA cafeteria. Some of the accomplishments that the foundation has successfully sponsored this year are Back to School Beautification Day back in August, Back to School sales for common dress uniforms, our dance-a-thon that helped raise over $18,000. We had cash prizes of $500, $300, $100 for the top fundraisers. Classroom prizes included first prize pizza party, second prize ice cream party, and a third prize hot cocoa, which seventh grade won. Good job. Allocated $300 for every CCLA teacher to use enrichment projects to their classrooms. Allocated $500 for all our during school and after school clubs. We have 14 of them, I believe. Sponsored a holiday tradition at CCLA, a posada in December where students and families were fed pozole and enjoyed a piñata party. Allocated $8,000 to our Ballet Folklorico after school program, which will have performances this year, January 25th. You guys are all invited at 6 p.m. They will have pozole and desserts for sale, so come hungry. We will have a fall session and spring session for Ballet Folklorico serving over 60 students. Co-sponsored multiple bingo nights that helped our band program, sixth grade outdoor education, leadership, mecha, just to name a few. Purchased 2 outdoor volleyball systems for elementary and middle school students, and the games do get a little intense because Ms. Diaz sometimes plays. Sales of Seas candy for the holidays and currently having one going on for Valentine's. Have set aside $20,000 for assemblies and enrichment programs for administration to use for our students. Hosted a successful book fair in the fall with another plan in the spring. As you can see, our CCLA Foundation does a lot for our school. We're always busy planning and organizing fun stuff. The foundation would like to thank all past and current sponsors that have helped put together our events. Future events that the foundation will help sponsor Cesar Chavez Day, which will be April 5th, where all students and families and community can attend our carnival for free. This is one of our biggest events celebrating Cesar Chavez. Spring Gala, I believe I have a conjunto banda ready, right? I was just talking to them right now. For our gala, which is going to be May 4th at the Veterans Memorial Building. All are welcome. And of course, more bingos nights. It's been a pleasure serving on the foundation these past 9 years. Thank you all for your time and invite all Santa Rosa City School Board members to come to our school and our events. Good night and buenas noches. Anastasio Tovar Ros.
Gracias. In honor of the namesake, Cesar Chavez and farm worker movement, I'd love for us all to do a big unity clap as the farm worker movement did. So it all just slowly. Que viva. Thank you, everybody. Now we will have the LC Allen High School school site council president, Jaime Padilla, with the LC Allen site report.
They are joining us on Zoom tonight.
Thank you.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. It is again my pleasure to represent the LC Allen Site Council as president. I've had the pleasure of being a proud parent and appreciate the ongoing work occurring on the LC Allen campus. First, I need to acknowledge that it has been a difficult from a budget perspective this year due to the loss of CSI monies and cuts in both LCAP and Title I monies. The largest impacts due to budget cuts have been in being able to provide professional development to staff members and to provide monies to support field trips and substitute costs. This loss of monies has been challenging, and staff has needed to be extremely creative in finding ways for some of these activities to happen. We are excited to see the continued development of the CTE pathways at LC Allen High School. We look forward to seeing the expansion of our fabulous agriculture program. Next year, we will see the second year of the healthcare pathway and the introduction of the education pathway. This year, we continue to support the AVID program with site dollars as a component to support academic success. We are also thrilled to see the expansion and resurrection of the Link Crew program and have used our limited site council budgets to make sure that our teacher advisors are trained and have the resources necessary for program success. We look forward to a bigger and better program next year. We are having ongoing conversations regarding how we can use the added family support service to reach students who are not attending classes and address their individual attendance issues. This year, Elsie Ellen reconfigured the space upstairs in the library and moved appropriate staff to support the newcomers on our campus. The newcomer space provides an area for additional support services and the ability for newcomer students to hang out in a safe space. We understand that our budget is likely to be smaller next year, not larger. And we hope that with our limited budget dollars, we will be able to continue to maintain programming at our school to address our SIPSA goals. I appreciate your time this evening and thank you for having me.
Thank you. I do actually have one public comment card on this item. So we'll go ahead and call Dwayne DeWitt. You have 2 minutes. You'll have 2 minutes to speak, Dwayne.
Thank you kindly. My name's Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland, proud graduate of what was once called Cook Junior High School, back in the day when Cesar Chavez was coming here to town, and most of us kids that age were out being prune pickers, apple pickers, and walnut pickers. Lots of farm workers from different backgrounds. The reason I came to talk with you today is because over there in Roseland, these schools could get the opportunity to have more funding if they would reinstitute what were called vocational education programs, put the shops back in there. When I was young, a 12 and a 13-year-old could begin to learn how to work with metal and wood in those shops and be working in a job by the age of 14 or 15. Many of them, hundreds of them actually, went on to become craftsmen and workers who earned a living wage and bought houses and raised families here in Sonoma County, starting when they were 12 and 13, instead of going into gangs. We got gang problems out in our neighborhood now, and I think one of the reasons why is because young men don't have something else to take up their attention and their time. So give it a thought. You folks are the ones that look into the funding for things like that, and I know that many people in our community would like to see their youth learn how to do crafts and trades, be auto workers, be woodworkers, be metal workers, welders, electricians, plumbers. You know a plumber makes more now than many lawyers? Give it a thought, folks. That's the way it should be, and you'd all be better off. Take it from an old farm worker. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. So now we'll take a quick short recess, a 3-minute recess. So if people need to go, can go ahead and do that. Okay, thank you. All right, let's get the meeting going again. All right, so now we will move on to the report section of our agenda. We will start with CSCA, Chapter 75. Is there a chapter from President Lehman? A report?
President Medina, there is no report tonight.
Okay, thank you. We will move on to our SRTA report. President Howell, floor is yours.
Of the board, members of the community. My name is Catherine Howell. I'm the president of the Santa Rosa Teachers Association, representing about 800 teachers in Santa Rosa. I want to start tonight by saying thank you to the upcoming resolutions, first for recognizing the week of the school counselor. I think that the counselors have come up over and over and over again in our safety conversations, as well they should. I know there are many students in our schools that wouldn't be in our schools in one way or another if not for their counselors. And so we thank them from the bottom of our hearts for what they do for students. What also I want to bring to the attention of this board is the impact that policy has on our counselors. The stress of the last 4 years with COVID, the stress of the changed graduation requirements on our students has had a direct impact on our counselors. Every time the board institutes an IGP or a waiver, that work eventually falls on our counselors to make sure that the students have a meeting, their families have a meeting if necessary, their schedules are examined, they're rescheduled, they're made sure that they are on track to graduate. And every time the ball moves in the middle of the school year, the counselors have to start over with that. So I just want to acknowledge all the work they do for that. I also want to say, every time we realize that our students have credit recovery needs, that falls on our counselors to make sure that they're getting the credits they need. If they need to attend summer school, again, that's our counselors who figure that out, who talk to the students, talk to the families, make sure they get enrolled so that they can be successful. And even our newest venture into night school at Santa Rosa High School, the work, once again, is on our counselors to identify and make sure those students are getting into the right classes. So I just brought this here to your attention so that you're thinking, every time you make a policy about our AGG requirements or put off making a change in a policy that is hurting students, that's also impacting our counselors as they struggle to find out where that is now, what do they have to do now. So for that, I would encourage a long-term solution to our graduation requirement problem, our issue with our students not being successful under our current policies, and to come up with a long-term solution so that our students don't have to fail before they get the help they need to be successful. And that is going to go right into our CTE teachers. Again, a resolution tonight to recognize and thank them. I had a great opening act with some talk about how CTE is what our kids need, and I'm going to say absolutely. Our students need CTE classes to be engaged in school. We all know that student engagement leads to students wanting to be at school, wanting to be in class, which leads to a safer campus. More engaged student body makes the entire school a better place to be. And yet our graduation requirements, the way they are currently written, undermine our CTE efforts at our schools. The students do not have the opportunity to take as many CTE courses under the A to G requirements, even if they know they want to go into a trade, and even if they know that that program at the junior college is the program that will be the best fit for them, they are still held to UC admission standards that probably are not what they need in their career in high school, and will probably not be what they need as they follow their career into their life. So I'm asking you in multiple ways to look at our graduation requirement policies, uphold CTE, help our students, help our counselors, help our students to graduate high school with the skill set that they want, not the skill set we think they need, and help them be successful before failure. Thank you.
Thank you, President Howe. We will now move on to our superintendent's report. Superintendent Trinnell.
Thank you, President Medina, members of the board, those who are with us in person and online. I will be brief for this part of my information sharing tonight. Happy New Year once again. Today marks day 97 for elementary schools and 96 for secondary schools. Only 83 more days of opportunity to positively support our students for this school year. We are happy to be celebrating the Lewis School next week for 100 years of service to this community. What an amazing recognition, and we are very much looking forward to that. And just a friendly reminder that this Friday, our schools are closed for a district-wide professional development day, and I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you, Superintendent Trinnell. I do not have too much to report. I just did want to report that I did meet with the mayor to follow up on our collaborative work. I felt like it was a good meeting. We do have our next follow-up meeting on February 5th. We were able to get that scheduled, but I did feel positive coming out of that in terms of the work that will be coming forward now that there's a working group established to follow up on some additional work that was being done by that committee. But with that said, I will send it to the board. Anybody have a report? Trustee De La Torre, then Trustee Sheffield, and then Trustee De La.
I just want to take this moment and report out and really thank and congratulate the administrators and teachers of the sites that I continue to visit when I'm out in the field connecting with our community. Had some time to visit Slater Middle School and meet with some of their teachers and listen to their concerns. A lot of information was gathered around family engagement and supporting students that need that information. So I thought that was a great conversation. Really looked forward to the conversations we had with Principal Bushman at Comstock and getting to know her and her campus. Principal Jablonski's in the room tonight. He was able to spend some time with me over at Biella, and we took a look at the Safety School Ambassador Program training that was happening on site. And then I headed over to Pioneer and checked in with the family engagement there. So it's a great opportunity to connect with the teachers, connect with the administrators, and firsthand spend some time with the students and see what they're doing and how they're doing and what they might need. Also had a meeting with BPP, the city's violence prevention partnership, and that was some good connections as well, just to see what they're doing, how they're doing it, and how we can continue to work together to ultimately provide safer environments for everyone in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee De La Torre. Next, we got Trustee Sheffield.
I just real quick, just want to say it was a pleasure to attend the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. celebration event at Montgomery High on the 14th. And a shout out and much appreciation to the always amazing Tina Rogers and the event organizers, Community Baptist Church and many others. The event featured a message of radical love. Participants shared some beautiful dancing, some songs, artwork, spoken word, and the talented and moving Montgomery High chamber singers. It was just a great event, and just wanted to say how much I appreciate the community around this, and that we hosted an event at one of our schools.
Trustee De La Cruz.
Thank you very much, President Medina. Special shout out and thanks to the music program at Santa Rosa High School and Mr. Decker in particular. I had a great time attending the winter concert of the concert and symphonic bands, as well as some folks from the middle schools who showed up at Santa Rosa High. Also grateful for continued participation from our community, from parents and community members and students on the Safety Advisory Roundtable, which I attended earlier this week. And special thanks to Chief Cregan, who I met with earlier this month, continuing to build relationships and build bridges and continuing to work towards creating a safer community together. Thank you.
Any other reports? Seeing none, we will move on to the safety report.
Thank you, President Medina. Again, members of the board, those who are with us in person and online. I have quite a bit to share tonight. So as a follow-up to the last meeting regarding survey data I shared that was collected from students, staff, and families about officers being at our middle schools and high schools for the 2 weeks before winter break, I want to give a quick update that I'm continuing to work on gathering additional feedback from our students directly and hope to bring additional information to our February 14th board meeting. Also, on January 18, I sent out a letter to our school district community that I want to recite from tonight. Since winter break, we have unfortunately continued to experience some concerning incidents of violence in and outside our school community. These incidents underscore the severity of the challenges we are facing with youth violence and gang activity infiltrating our schools. It is crucial to recognize that the uptick is not confined to a specific school, but is a community-wide problem that demands our immediate and unified response. The safety and well-being of our students remain our top priority, and we are actively working to address these issues. However, it is essential to acknowledge that schools alone cannot bear the entire responsibility of tackling the root causes of youth violence and gang affiliation. The entire community must come together to support our students and address the underlying issues contributing to these incidents. We urge all members of our community to stand united against youth violence and gang activity, fostering open communication and collaboration. By working together, we can create an environment that is safe, supportive, and conducive to the growth and development of every student. As we confront these challenges, we encourage parents and community organizations to join us in finding proactive solutions. Let us collectively address the root causes of youth violence and work towards creating a community where our students can thrive without fear. I'd like to transition to some information about our SART meeting on Monday. On Monday, the SART committee met, and the majority of our time was in reviewing feedback from parents who are members of the Superintendent's Advisory Network. Parents on this committee reviewed the SART strategic plan and provided suggestions and ideas for each pillar of the plan. The SART committee reviewed these and considered how to incorporate them into the strategic plan. This work is ongoing. As a follow-up to the direction the board gave to allow for the exploration and implementation of an SRO pilot program, and in contribution to the committee between Santa Rosa City Schools and the City of Santa Rosa, a working group, as President Medina mentioned, is being formed to begin the research and potential design of a pilot program. This group will report progress to the committee between the district and the city. The group will begin meeting next week. Last, we are planning for a March 1st event to highlight and uplift our youth for a violence-free future. This event will be organized with and by our youth. Logistics are being finalized now, and information will be shared very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Turnell. I don't believe we have a CSBA report, or do we? No. With that said, we will move on to public comment on non-agenda items. I have blue cards here that I will call. You will have 2 minutes to speak. And if you haven't submitted one and want to speak, please make sure to get one turned in. First, I have Dwayne DeWitt, followed by Richard Deniston, and then Sarah Jenkins. I don't believe Dwayne is still here, so we'll go with Richard Deniston, followed by Sarah Jenkins, then Arthur B. Cheney. And please, Richard's not here. Okay. Sarah Jenkins. All right. And followed by Arthur B. Cheney, then Annabelle Nunez. And you'll have 2 minutes.
So originally I was planning on speaking to safety. I'm pleased to hear that most of what I wanted to comment about was addressed. So thank you very much. But related to safety and the school community, I did want to bring up something as far as language barriers. I find that in Santa Rosa and Sonoma County in general, we're missing a spot for huge opportunity for our youth. I appreciate our language immersion schools, and I appreciate the work that's being done for English language learners. I think we're missing an opportunity to take the time that kids are getting pulled out of classrooms to be learning English. We should be teaching the other kids Spanish at the same time. I also think we're missing on a huge piece of our community by not having enrichment activities across the board for both people who are monolingual English and people who are monolingual Spanish. We should be combining those more often. I feel like when we are focusing on getting monolingual Spanish members of our community up to speed with English, we're just missing the mark because we're missing the community building that can happen when we integrate both sections of language. And I just feel very strongly that that needs to happen at the elementary level and then be moved up, because we're finding in the workforce that most of our jobs are going to be filled by bilingual members of our society. And if we are not getting our kids ready for that from the get-go, we are missing on a level of community for our youth to come into when they are graduating from high school or when they're getting their first couple jobs. So thank you very much. And thank you so much for commenting about the safety in our schools tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. Next, I have Arthur Cheney, followed by Annabelle Nunez, then Scott Kincaid.
Thank you, Mr. President and the board. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you this evening. My name is Arthur Cheney, President of the 100 Black Males of Sonoma County Incorporated. With the blessing of the family of Carol Ellis, in particular her granddaughter, Bree Foster, we want to make a proposal and something that you may have already considered, but if you haven't, allow us to plant the seed. Carol Ellis is a lifelong educator. She grew up in a segregated Florida, but she learned at a young age education is such a vital part that she see that what was presented to her was not thoroughly adequate to getting an education, but she made her commitment to being an educator, wanted to be a teacher. And she started in Santa Fe at Miller Creek Elementary School as a teacher, and then she came to Santa Rosa Dominican Valley Middle School and became principal at Comstock, vice principal at Comstock, and then the principal at Lawrence Cook Middle School, interim principal at Proctor Terrace Elementary School, and principal administrator at Lewis Adult School, and principal at Erston High School and SRJC Board of Trustees. And she, with all those levels of teaching, touching students, she can touch generations of students. And teachers have the ability to touch students, and they will remember what you said. A few words can mean so much to them to help them move on, just like the students we had here today. Some teacher can affect them and make them, help them rise their bar in their progress in life. I had the pleasure of knowing Carol Ellis now of over 40 years. I came here to work, I worked here for 18 years at the Santa Rosa Police Department when it used to be right across the breezeway. And I've worked, our careers intersected. And last spoke to her several months back. I met with her, we ran into each other, her and her granddaughter, and the granddaughter and great-granddaughter. So it'd be a great honor if you take the time, if you were to allow her to be honored, changing the name of Lincoln Valley Middle School to Carol Ellis Middle School. What an honor that would be, and the legacy would live on to future students. And students coming in who don't know her, once they learn who and why the school is named after her, her legacy will live on for decades. And it would be a great honor to have that, if you were to take that undertaking, and your staff can chronicle her career, because all her credentials.
Thank you, Mr. Cheney. Appreciate it. And I'll just say, sorry for the loss. I was saddened to hear of her loss. She was my principal when I was at Cook, and I know she did amazing work. And I had already thought about something similar, so I appreciate your proposal. So thank you. Next, we have Annabelle Nunez. I do have 2 cards for you, can only do one, followed by Scott Kincaid and then Margaret Boone.
So, hi, I'm Annabelle Nunez, born and raised here in Santa Rosa. I just have a few questions following up from last week. Hold on, I just lost my stuff. I would like to know what the school's disciplinary process is. How many children bypassed those steps and instead were incarcerated in regards to when you think about bringing back the police? And let's not refer to them as SROs because they are police officers, and let's refer to them as such. How many of those youths had their rights violated? How many of those children were of color? How many of them were interrogated without legal or parental representation? How many of those children were on an IEP? How many of those children were then arrested for violation of probation? How many of those children were sent to CYA, California Youth Authority, which has now been shut down? How many of those children have come back to your schools and now suffer from PTSD? And what resources are available to them? How much funding do you receive from those children that are on probation from the state? I don't know how the state probation and the schools come together, but I was at a VPP meeting last week, and the juvenile probation representative was speaking and presenting. And when they refer to business is going up, business being our children. So if you can provide data, because everybody seems to run off of data, correct? I want to have data on how many children of color have been arrested since like the early 90s.
Thank you, Ms. Nunez. Next, I have Scott Kincaid, followed by Margaret Boone, and then Jody Curry.
Good evening, Board. I'm very encouraged by the many meetings that are beginning to happen. But I do want to stress the importance of expediency of getting the Santa Rosa City Schools back with the SROs. School resource officers are a missing element. They can help curb the violence that we're seeing consistently in our schools while we continue to build all of these wonderful supportive services and programs that we continue to talk about. But to have SART meet again and reconfirm information that we've already been through and recommendations that have already come out for SRO programs and modifications thereof, along with the partnership that has been established with the city and all of the collective ideas that they have and have been sharing for the past 6 months and almost 1 year since a death occurred on our campus. It is time for action, not time for more meetings. Quit studying the issue and put it to bed soon. I also want to close by saying that I stand in solidarity with SRTA and their contract negotiations. I hope that you are able to give them as much as possible to have them sustain a living wage and be able to stay here and teach our kids. I'm always inspired and encouraged by the presentations at the beginning of your board meetings. I hope that continues as well. Lastly, I wanted to just reiterate the CTE discussion. Career technical education is near and dear to my heart. Work experience will give people hope, and it will keep them in schools and learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kincaid. Next, we have Margaret Boone, followed by Jody Curry.
Good evening. Earlier tonight, I was writing to you to invite all of you to our super awesome Special Olympics event coming up February 2nd at Santa Rosa High, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And then I started to brag about all the cool things we're starting to do, and it got me going. We're creating this amazing unified track team that will allow our extensive support need kids to participate in track with the track team, unified PE, so our multiple ability program kids can access a supported gen ed PE, and our ongoing unified basketball games where our kids get a chance to do a little showcase at a varsity game. I've written to you before about our award-winning Best Buddies program at Montgomery. Our Buddies Club was started with the help of the Buddies Club leadership at Santa Rosa High, and the success of our club has inspired Elsie, Piner, and Slater to start working on their own. Our district goal is to have a Buddies Club at every site. Our Monty Best Buddies also lead a cooking class for kids countywide, where Gen Ed kids teach a class each month for kids with extensive support needs, classes where they get to cook and have a fun night hanging out. That class was started last year by our then president of the Best Buddies and brought back this year by our current president. All of these things are amazing. We take a field trip to the pumpkin patch each year. Then the buddies carve the pumpkins with our kids that they can take home a jack-o'-lantern. And then our kids do a costume fashion show for the buddies. In May, we go to the Best Buddies Friendship Walk in San Francisco. Last year, our kids got to walk in the prom fashion show at Monty, and one of our students even spoke at graduation. We have so much to brag about. That being said, now that COVID money is a thing of the past, the bus to San Francisco is $700. T-shirts for the walk are $50 each, and it would be nice if each kid could get one. The pumpkin patch is about $1,000 just for Monty. We fundraise and then I pay the difference. The cooking class is about $1,000, and right now the Gen Ed kids pay for that with their own money. As we
Thank you.
expand,
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Boone. Jody Curry.
Tonight, I just have 3 questions, as there are some things that I'm not comprehending from the previous month's meeting. One, there have been numerous people showing up at these meetings concerned about the representation of BIPOC children. My children are the smallest representative students at Santa Rosa City Schools. They are Black. They represent 2% of the students there. But do you know how I know that they are represented? I show up. I show up to the teacher appreciation lunches and I serve. I have volunteered in the classroom since my 32-year-old child was in kindergarten. I work with Project Grad so our graduates have a safe, fun environment to go to after they graduate instead of a DUI on the streets. I attend school events even when my children aren't participating in those events. I attend every back-to-school night to meet my children's teachers. I pay taxes so every student gets a Chromebook so they can take the surveys to get the data that the Allegria is so concerned about. And yes, even when the Chromebooks are stolen or sold on eBay, they get access to those surveys, Allegria. But yet, we ignore, and it doesn't, but she ignores it, and it reads like she doesn't want to look at the data. So my question is this: where are the rest of the BIPOC parents that are called on phone banking? Why doesn't the board use phone banking to get parents to show up at the school events? These events directly impact our children, and they create the community. These are where our students see. Wouldn't your time be better spent encouraging students, parents, NAACP to help our students than to ingrain them in that the cops are evil? My husband is a police officer. He is not an evil man. He's also Black. A group I was sitting with at the last meeting was called out as a white privileged group. And in the personal Facebook page, Stephanie Manieri called the same group dysregulated. And she wasn't wrong. But what that woman and Stephanie don't understand is that dysregulated, or is that white privileged group of parents? That is the same group of parents that have been showing up for every student.
Thank you, Ms.
Every
Curry.
year.
Thank you. Dwayne, before we have you go on, we're just gonna have Melanie review some. Could you hold on for Melanie, please? And you'll have 2 minutes. Just hold on a sec. Thank you, sir. Okay. Just wait for your time to start. Go ahead.
Right. I hope you can see that. That is glare. My name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. I'm one of those privileged guys that got to serve our country when I was a young man. And what we have here is a picture of a lot of young men in America of different colors. You can't see it so well. We had African Americans, Asian Americans, Latino Americans, all of us Americans serving our country. And the thing about it is there's a thing throughout the world called Universal National Service, where many countries make sure that teenagers have some sort of a job to go forward into. It's not necessarily having to serve in the military. They can serve in what's called the Public Health Service. They can serve in what used to be called the Citizens Conservation Corps. Now we have one up here locally, the North Bay Conservation Corps. They can serve in a lot of capacities, doing a lot of things. The key is when these young men were brought into the idea of serving their country, they were shown that they were doing it together and that it was all about making sure America moved forward for the betterment of everybody that was here. Now, I know some critics will say, well, that's not how it worked, and I understand that. We are a country that's had lots of problems. But by the same token, have you noticed there's not lines of immigrants trying to get into communist China, communist Russia, Iran, North Korea? The immigrants are trying to get into the United States of America because it's a good spot and you can move ahead here. So I'm asking this school board to begin to look into the idea of universal national service, be supportive of that so that our teenagers, even if they drop out at 15 or 16, they can get into something that will give them gainful employment for the rest of their lives, being Americans. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. I do have one more card. Quentin Oliva.
Good evening, board. Buenas tardes. Presidente Medina, Superintendent Chanel, members of the board. We talk about SROs leading to getting our POC students arrested and locked up. But on January 16th at Montgomery, a student got arrested without an SRO even being there. Maybe with an SRO, they could have defused the situation so nothing happened. Nobody could have gotten hurt or messed up the rest of their life. Many of you know of Coraje. I would like to remind you of it. Our people were told forever que no se puede. Now our students are really at a point que no se pueden because of their actions. Stop having students set up que no se pueden. Us students are coming together as one now, full with coraje, saying sí se puede. Sí se puede tener escuelas seguras y sí se puede tener cambios. And talking about the youth surveys, if you really want to have the different students like having different views, there's Spanish-speaking classes for Spanish speakers, ESL English classes, so you can have more of the BIPOC views. And you're telling us about respect and listening. How do you think we feel respected and listened when I see you guys on your phones texting while everyone's making their speeches? That doesn't feel respect to me. And I would just like to reiterate, every time I leave my free sixth period, I see a cop on campus. So if we have to call them every day, might as well just have them there.
Thank you, Mr. Oliva. And that is all I have for public comments. We will now be moving on to our F items. First, we have a resolution recognizing February 5th through 9th as the week of the counselor. And for that, we'll have Assistant Superintendent Dr. Roger Castro, Tim Zalunardo, and Debbie Cardozo presenting.
Thank you, President Medina, Superintendent Chernell, members of the board and the community, staff, students of Santa Rosa City Schools. Reading this request into the record, I have Director Debbie Cardozo.
Good evening, President Medina, Superintendent Turnell, members of the board. My name is Debbie Cardozo, and I'm a Director in Educational Services, and I have the privilege of working with our secondary counselors.
And good evening, Superintendent, Board of Trustees, and the public. My name is Dr. Monica Fong. I'm a Director of Educational Services, and I have the privilege of working with our elementary counselors.
School counselors are an incredibly dedicated group that strives to provide students with the academic, social, emotional, and career development support needed to be successful in school and prepared for life after they graduate.
School counselors are actively committed to helping students explore their abilities, strengths, and interests. They utilize community resources to enhance the support provided to students and families. In addition, they collaborate with teachers, administrators, and school staff to support students with reaching their full potential.
We are very proud to bring forward this resolution for the board's consideration to recognize the week of February 5th through the 9th as Week of the School Counselor in Santa Rosa City Schools, and to publicly acknowledge our counselors for everything they do to support our students, our staff, and our families. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments to the presenters board? Okay, we'll move on to public comments. I don't see any blue cards. Do we have any blue cards?
There are no blue cards, President Medina.
Okay. Do we have a motion from the board?
Make a motion to approve the resolution for the week of February 5th to February 9th, 2024, in recognition of the school counselor in Santa Rosa City Schools.
Second.
Moved by trustee De La Torre, seconded by trustee Sheffield. Is there any discussion or comments? Oh, here. So easy. Let's go to the vote.
Student Board Member Rao.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Sheffield.
Aye.
Trustee De La Cruz.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
President Medina.
Aye. Thank you. Now we will move on to item F2, resolution recognizing February as African American History Month. And that will be presented by Dr. Roderick Castro, Monique Luke, and Ola King Clay.
Thank you, and I'm hopeful that Ms. Ola King Clay is able to join us on Zoom.
Yes, she is here and I am
Excellent.
promoting her.
So Black History Month serves as a reminder to reflect on and amplify Black voices and discover the ways African Americans have contributed to American culture through scholarship, music, dance, art, theater, language, food, athletics, fashion, and values, among other things. The theme for 2024 focuses on African Americans and the arts. This theme explores how African American artists, poets, writers, visual artists, and dancers have historically served as change agents through their crafts to uplift the race, speak truth to power, and inspire a nation. Santa Rosa City Schools educators continue to make efforts not to limit African American history, culture, and heritage to the month of February. In our ethnic studies classes, for example, students study the contributions, struggles, and triumphs not only of African American people, but they also explore essential pieces missing from their understanding of Africa before colonization. They study Frederick Douglass and African American spirituals and Buffalo Soldiers, and they go into depth on the Harlem Renaissance and the rise of organized activist groups such as the NAACP. Our students studied lessons not only on bias in hiring committees and inequality in income and education, they also study resistance and resilience. TK-12 is making an informed and concerted effort to include Black voices and texts in our curriculum. This is only a small sample of what goes on year-round. In a very intentional way, we work daily to seamlessly integrate these themes and update texts accordingly. Before I make tonight's requested action, I would like to acknowledge and extend deep appreciation to Principal Monique Luke and Ms. Ola King Clay for their daily contributions to the Santa Rosa City School students, and invite them to share any thoughts, reflections, and remarks as we consider tonight's dedication. And I'd like to point out that Ms. Ola King Clay is our most senior teacher, and just thinking of this number needs to be verified. I understand she's been with us since 1975. I will just take a moment to acknowledge that. The impact on our community is immeasurable. Ms. Luke, would you like to say a few words?
I was going to let Ms. Ola King Clay lead out, and then I'll speak after her. Thank you, Dr. Castro.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Medina, Superintendent. 75? I don't know. Since I'm only 36, that's a long time ago. what I'd like to do is just give you a brief history of some of the people who came before me, who have taught for the Santa Rosa City Schools of number of years. And once I did arrive, I had them as mentors to look up to. Jim Brown started off as vice principal at Comstock. Harriet Gray, English teacher at Comstock at the time, who also climbed the ladder to be principal. Sue Sion, who started at Pioneer in the business class and then went on to become vice principal at Montgomery High. During my time, there's been a host of teachers that I've had the opportunity to work with. Doris Williams spent a number of years at Rincon with me. Carol Ellis spent a couple of years at Rincon with me as well. And then Leatrice Patterson, who taught English at Slater Middle School and then later became a counselor there. And there's a host of other people who have given their time and energy to work for the Santa Rosa City Schools. I have had the pleasure of having a very successful career here. And people keep asking, when are you retiring? At 36, I think that's quite young. So I need to put in at least 3 to 5 more years. But being an educator and being able to touch the lives of a lot of our students brings me great joy. Now, when I go to different stores or banks in town or restaurants, I will always hear that kid say, "Is that Mrs. Kinkley?" And I always say back, if it's good, yes. If it's no, I don't know that lady. So with that, I'll pass it on to you, Monique.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Kinkley. And thank you, President Medina, Superintendent Tranel, board members, for this space to speak and share some thoughts. And thank you, Dr. Castro, for the invitation. I was a parent in Santa Rosa City Schools first. My children are now 30 and 32. He just turned 32 in January. And I've been an administrator in this district, I guess, since 2018. And what I can tell you is I am so grateful that you have had the courage to discuss and be diligent in your efforts to consider the whole child, the importance of identity, race, cultural background, your push for ethnic studies, all of that. The 1 a.m. board meetings, 2 a.m. board meetings. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for that. Thank you for being supportive of me as a Black educator and any other Black educator in this district. Today, what we know is that we can have these conversations. We can talk about equity. We can talk about race. We can talk about identity, right? And be proud of that with our students, with our colleagues. Thank you for Museum of Tolerance, unconscious bias training, anti-racist walks, right? Thank you from the bottom of my heart for that. I know that my grandchildren, right, will be in a better place in Santa Rosa City Schools for this work. Thank you for being true to your mission, visions, and priority. It is not easy work. And I'll say this, just tonight, I was on the phone with my daughter, who is a teacher, talking about a painful conversation that had to do with the microaggression. So that still happens. So yes, not just in February for Black History Month, right? But just thank you for the space and not being afraid to talk about it, right? And to hold people accountable and know that we have to do better. And also, I'm very proud of all the Black student unions that are planning for Black History Month, right? One of my students came in today and they want to do 2 days and educate and informational and Black history trivia and all of that. And I know that Montgomery's and probably all the other high school Black student unions are planning and looking forward to it. So again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. And also honoring to those who have gone before me and who stood the test of time and microaggressions and whatever else, but also to acknowledge the love that is here and the wonderful community this is. And I don't want to be in any other school district than this one. There's no other place I'd rather be right now. All right, done.
Thank you.
Mrs. King-Clay, Principal Monique Luke, on behalf of Santa Rosa City Schools, we appreciate everything you do. Tonight's requested action is that the board consider and approve resolution number 23-24-29, recognizing February as National African American History Month.
Thank you. Board members, any questions? Trustee De La Cruz, followed by Trustee De La Torre.
As always, my questions are going to be around how we are implementing the intentions behind the words that we say. I'm grateful that there was some information on tonight's item talking about, what students are learning about that is specifically teaching them about the contributions and the beautiful history that we have the honor and the privilege of knowing about and learning about now, but it's so slim. We're talking about what's happening at Monty and what's happening at Pioneer, right? And we're talking about kind of generally what's happening in TK classrooms. And I know that there are still lots of folks who are teaching some really old stuff and not necessarily some of the, more groundbreaking new voices that also provide new voices and new perspectives on, on similar historical times and places. And so I just would really love for us to be thoughtful and kind of really broad and also elevating the work of those incredible teachers who are doing the work, right? They are all the way through our district. We have incredible anti-racist teachers who are recognizing that when you do something beautiful for Black kids, it is something beautiful for all kids, right? But there's a specific and a special focus that we in this district need to have to address the structural and generational inequities that continue to result in negative outcomes for Black students. And that, that is connected to what we read and how we teach about the power of nonviolent movements for justice, and what those contributions mean for us today as we move through the world and create a world that hopefully is more just than the one that we know, our folks struggled in the past and continue to struggle in, even today, for our young people in professional settings dealing with racism, right? Microaggression feels like a tiny word to talk about what it actually feels like to be in the middle of a racist incident. But I just, really want to see how are we lifting up and elevating those teachers, those texts, those amazing opportunities that we can use to kind of teach and show other folks how we're doing that. So would love to see kind of like a full list of what kids are learning about that really does elevate and celebrate the history and contributions of Black Americans, and really to also shine some light on those teachers who are doing the work in such beautiful ways.
Thank you, Trustee De La Cruz. Trustee De La Torre.
So I just have some comments. Is that okay here or no questions? So, Ms. King-Clay, I know you're only 36 years old, young lady, but you taught my brother and my wife 33 years ago. So you're one hell of an educator at 3 years old. And I just want to express the gratitude that you have shared with generations through your education. Miss Luke, you're educating one of my children right now. And I want to share with you the power felt by providing a space and an environment allowing you to be you and to use that strength to educate our children, the children coming behind them, and the children of the future, and how powerful that is. And you shared a special moment with me this year when you came back from break. And when you chose to come back to campus as yourself and wear your hair as your hair, the only thing I saw in you was joy and pride. And I thank you for that. And I thank you for that strength. And I thank you for that courage. And I thank you for continuing to be a trailblazer for all Black students and Black children so they can see that the futures are bright as long as we keep putting the work in and making differences.
Thank you.
Any other board member comments? None. I don't see any public comment cards for this item. We'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Trustee Sheffield.
I want to make a motion, but before I do, I just want to say that, we all know that the African-American population in the North Bay is relatively small, but there is history here. And it's important for us to celebrate it. And yes, not just 1 month, but throughout the year, at all of our schools and in every classroom. to learn and to teach all of our students about the African American heroes who have helped shape American history. The African American contributions to American history forged this nation by redefining democracy as we know it in this country, to really understand what personhood is, and above anything else, to truly know the resilience of the human spirit. And I hope that we can continue to incorporate African American history into our curriculum. Knowing the past opens the doors to the future. So with that, I move that we approve resolution number 2023, 24, 29, recognized in February as National African American History Month.
A second.
The motion was made by trustee Sheffield, seconded by trustee De La Cruz. Is there other comments or discussion? I got some. First off, I was just thinking about my entire time as a student in Santa Rosa City Schools. I just had awesome African-American administrators, Carol Ellis at Cook and Carnell Edwards at LC Allen. But there's just a lot of awesome folks, a whole bunch of the Gray family. But I was also thinking about my work on ethnic studies when I started over 10 years ago with the teachers. Ola King Clay was the president, and that's where the discussion started. So we've come a long way. I'm glad that we're doing this, and I'm in support of this motion. So if there's no other comments, let's go to the vote.
Student Board Member Rao.
Aye.
Trustee Sheffield.
Aye.
Trustee De La Cruz.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
President Medina.
Aye. Now let's move on to item F3. Resolution recognizing February as Career Technical Education Month. And again, Dr. Roderick Castro.
Thank you so much,
David
President
Cardozo and
Medina.
Tim Zonardo.
Superintendent Trinnell, members of the board, and the community of Santa Rosa City Schools. For this resolution, I will be turning the microphone over once again to our CTE Director, Debbie Cardozo.
Thank you. Good evening again. Again, my name is Debbie Cardozo. I'm a Director in Educational Services. And in addition to supporting secondary counselors, I am very proud to get to support our CTE programs, our career technical education programs, and bring forward a resolution to recognize February as Career Technical Education Month in Santa Rosa City Schools. Career Technical Education, also referred to as CTE, programs provide relevant and meaningful learning experiences for our students. A CTE is an advanced course of study and is important in supporting the economic health and sustainability of our community. From teaching technical and essential skills to providing students opportunities to participate in career technical student organizations to develop as young leaders, these programs truly are preparing students to be ready for post-secondary training and continued education, future careers, and life. We are incredibly thankful for our industry, community, and post-secondary partners that continue to work with us to enhance and expand and improve our programs, and very proud of our CTE teachers and staff that are working hard to offer these engaging programs for our students. Finally, I want to thank all of you for your continued support and acknowledgement of the importance of CTE, and appreciate you considering this resolution to again recognize February as Career Technical Education Month in Santa Rosa City Schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it? Okay. Any questions from the board? No? I don't see any public comments. I do want to say I'm always excited about seeing the stuff that we're doing around CTE. I know I saw the Ridgeway's having a career day too coming up soon. I know tomorrow I'm meeting with the CTE TOSA at LC Allen to talk about their planning for career days. Do we know if there's more going on at some of our other high schools?
As far as career days, yes, absolutely. And we, have an agenda item, a CTE update, so I don't want to give too much away, but we'll be speaking to some of the different types of activities around career-connected learning that we are offering in our schools.
Thank you.
I just wanted to make a motion.
Go for it.
Okay. I move to recognize February as Career Technical Education Month.
Second.
That was moved by trustee Manieri, seconded by trustee De La Torre. No discussion? Not, we'll go to the vote.
Student Board Member Rao.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Sheffield.
Aye.
Trustee De La Cruz.
Aye.
President Medina.
Aye. Thank you. All right, so now we're going to move on to item F4. This is an approval of an MOU with Sonoma County Office of Education for the California Collaborative for Inclusive Learning. Presenting, I'll let Steve Mazzara present the presenters.
Ms. Martin, am I in the place to move over? There you go. Thank you.
All right. We'll start with introductions. I'm Michael Jablonski. I'm the principal at Biela Elementary.
My name is Kelly Materi. I work at Sonoma County Office of Education.
Steve Mazzara, Director of Special Services.
Kelly Dillon, I work at Sonoma County Office of Education as well.
Katya Robinson, I'm a program manager for the extensive needs program for Biela.
First of all, board, and thank you, President Medina, board members, and Superintendent Turnell. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Want to take just a quick moment to take an MOU that may normally be a consent item, but just to highlight a couple wonderful things that are happening at Biela with our wonderful principal, Michael Jablonski, our program manager, Katya Robinson, and going forward and potentially a new partnership with Sonoma County Office of Education. As we discuss and we know really well our MVPs, our missions, and our priorities, I want to talk about that. I'm highlighting some key points of our mission, talking about transformative educational experiences, the concepts of special ed inclusion and UDL, as you'll hear shortly, really match what this mission is about. We talk about embracing our diversity and working together and adapting for a changing planet. And the presentation and the partnership we're about to do really hit those elements very nicely. And of course, our strategic priorities. We really are doing a great job in these, and this is an example of that partnership. So I'll turn it over to our teams as we talk about what is inclusion.
Well, you speak about transformative education, and we've been going through a lot of transformation at Biela. So we've been bringing in a number of new special education programs with the help of Steve and Katya, our program manager. And one of the unique aspects of our program is our inclusion program, which is where we take students who would typically be spending their time and their day in a special education environment, and they have the majority of their percentage of their day in the general education environment. And we know that the supports that help those students help all our students. So when we were approached by the SCO team for this partnership, we were very excited because it lined up with exactly what we were doing at our site.
So I'd like to share a little bit with you about what Universal Design for Learning, or UDL, is. It's actually one of my core focuses at SCO is supporting across the county Universal Design for Learning. Universal Design for Learning is actually a framework for thinking about how we design ahead of time educational experiences and educational spaces, and it moves our schools toward greater inclusion. And that's inclusion both in terms of ability as well as inclusion across the board, inclusivity in every aspect of a member of the school community's identity. So Universal Design for Learning isn't a program or like a certain kind of curriculum or a checklist. It's really an approach. It's a design mindset that we help educators learn and understand. And that design mindset is about setting really clear, rigorous goals with students as well as for students, and then proactively anticipating what kind of barriers learners might face as they move towards those goals. And then thinking again about how do we minimize those barriers or help students learn to navigate those barriers with ease and skill. And that sounds like, well, shouldn't that be what we're always doing in the classroom, right? Setting goals and moving towards them and thinking about what might get in the way. The really amazing thing about Universal Design for Learning is it's based on a lot of neuroscience research, a lot of educational research, the practical experiences of educators in classrooms. And there's a set of guidelines that look at what are the different ways we can anticipate students, learners might hit or come across barriers, and then what are some things that we can try that we know are based in science that help students succeed despite those barriers existing. So I just want to tell you, like, that's what UDL is as we move forward. And so CECL, as you may hear it referred to, CECL 2.0 is shorthand for the California Coalition for Inclusive Learning. It's actually a grant-funded opportunity put forward by the CDE. Placer County Office of Education heads it up for the state, but there is an entire coalition across the state of California, including our local County Office of Education that is leading this learning for schools across our county and educators. Site teams that become part of the CECL grant receive 2 full days in initial training in the foundations of UDL so that we're all kind of speaking the same language and operating from the same understandings. And then for 2 hours each month, sites engage in monthly workshops because we know that professional development works best when it's job embedded, relevant to the work that's happening and isn't a one-time, stop and shop kind of thing. And then there's an implementation process that is co-created with the site team and monitored moving forward. I'm not going to read all of these to you because I trust your ability to do that for yourself, but I want to give you a moment to just peek at them and highlight the fact that this grant's goal is to empower the site team itself to sustainably be able to become very skilled and adept at designing for inclusivity in education for all students, and then monitoring how that works over time, knowing that this is both adding skill and shifting mindset.
It was really appealing to our site and to our team to have this opportunity to have collaboration time as a community. We do have the real world constraints of budget, and to have this be something that is supported through the partnership and the collaboration with SCO was incredible. So it's a great opportunity for us to dive deeper with our own team and really have the focus be on site-specific things that we're doing this day.
You do.
Oh, yeah. Well, and a big part of that really is the daily plan for what this cohort is going to look like, including how our teachers are going to be connecting. Our goal and our plan for this is to bring together general education teachers, special education teachers, classified employees, but really to develop a whole range for this cohort. And then as we continue through it over the next 2 years, continue adding people into it.
All right. So we are grateful as the Sonoma County Office of Education to be partners with Biela and Santa Rosa City Schools. The team at Biela, we know Katya and Michael, and the whole team is extremely enthusiastic and about the work, and we're grateful to be able to do this with them. Our role is really to be partners in the work, to be work alongside and to provide the training, the 2 full days of training, as well as the monthly coaching and learning. And I think we all know that the most impactful professional learning happens over time, and it's not one shot, one and done type of professional learning, which this is not. So we're grateful to be a part of a process like this, where we provide training and we continue over the course of 18 months, essentially, to meet monthly, to do instructional rounds, to do lesson study. And so that is our role as the county office to help plan and support that and be partners in that work. In addition to that, because we are working with the Placer County Office of Education. We also have the ability, due to the CDE grant, to provide the funding to Santa Rosa City Schools, so that this is really at no cost to the district. We expect there to be no cost to the district because we will cover through the grant the cost of substitutes and the cost of extended day pay for the grant-related activities, which really hopefully eases a little bit of that burden in terms of participation.
So we appreciate your time, and we are very excited and hopeful to get this work started with our team. Thank you.
And board, before I turn it back for any questions, I want to highlight a couple things you heard. You heard that it's not a curriculum, it's not a program, it's not a person, it's what we call adaptive learning. We are trying to change mindsets and change the culture around access for students and a universal design. So that's something that's really key. And what we hope to do is take the magic that's happening now and will continue happening to Biella, and then expand that throughout our district and really incorporate that in the general lesson design and tier 1 instructions across our district and move out. And if we need to be a partner throughout other districts, throughout our other schools from special education, we'll be prepared to do that. So with that, turn it back to the board for any questions.
Questions, Trustee De La Torre, Trustee Sheffield? Go ahead.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Great ideas, great concepts. So this is not taking more staff. We're just training the staff we already have. Okay, that's huge, because with these type of programs and opportunities, it usually comes down to not having the resources as far as enough hands in the room to put the work forward. So thank you for putting this work together, and we're looking forward to seeing where it goes.
Director De La Torre, and for the record, I saw head nods, but nothing verbal you can get on the transcript. The answer was yes. Does not require any further step.
Trustee Sheffield?
Thank you for the presentation. Love this partnership. No cost. I love that too. I just had a question about, as you mentioned, Steve, that the plan is to take this. I don't want to jump the gun on next steps, but expand out to the rest of the district. And I heard a 2-year plan. What is the plan? What are the steps?
I can speak a little bit to that. So when we look at the grant itself, for the team that's going to be working together, we're going to, as part of the grant, we're going to work on a 3 to 5 year plan for that site to sustainably continue the work for that site.
Okay.
In terms of the grant, the plan is the remainder of this year to do some deep foundational professional learning for the staff on the team. And then next year, engage in active job-embedded learning that includes instructional rounds, that includes designing lessons, trying them out, coming back collaboratively, improving them, and going back out again, and learning some really specific protocols and skills that they'll continue to apply, as well as collecting some baseline data on where the school is at, and then monitoring how, in terms of their usage of UDL-aligned practices, and then monitoring how that improves over time. When you look at the 3 to 5, and I'm a talker, but I'll try to sum it up quick.
No.
When you look at that 3 to 5 year long plan, yes, that is that site specific, but part of what can happen with that is looking at how do we strategically then use Biella as a model, or the educators who are using these practices, who've learned these strategies, as a model to then have other educators throughout the district learn. And that's something that we can develop as we move forward. Once things take shape, that piece will become a bit clearer.
Thank you. And is SCO doing this with other districts?
It's a great question as well. Yes. So there are 5 teams throughout the county.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Across the county. Yeah.
Other board questions? Good. I did have a question. So the 7,500 for substitute related costs, that's only for 1 year? Is that?
Yes. This is just an MOU for the remainder of the school year. And then we will, in collaboration with Steve and team, we would bring another one for the following school year. And the number is based on calculations we've done based on trainings, number of trainings, dates. So we've estimated to cover the cost.
Okay, so that's not, so that's just an estimated that was designed for this specific school. It's not the only amount that's available. So if there were a larger need, could that potentially change?
We'd have to come back and recalculate that if we needed to, but we did, I think, a pretty firm calculation, pretty based on our collaboration with Michael. And then we would expect next year's MOU to potentially be for a bit greater amount because we would be looking at a full 10 months or 9 months of school and meetings. But yeah, it was based on currently scheduled meetings and Santa Rosa City Schools extended day pay rate and sub rate.
In addition to the amount of people in the cohort. So right now it's a cohort of about 10 people. So that was the big drive for that factor.
Thank you. Thinking about, it says there's likely to be related material and equipment costs. It's like $100, $10,000. Do we have an idea of like maybe kind of a range? I'm just curious as to that.
I know some of the costs are around equipment and inclusion on the special ed side of it. So, per IEP, per the student, there may be some modifications to the room. Then on the special ed side of it, we are providing, so that's one example of some of the costs that we do through an IEP. We have access to certain like Medi-Cal reimbursement funds, and so we have some alternative fundings. So that's part of our side of it to those kind of costs. I don't know about curricular costs or anything.
The grant does not cover curricular costs. It covers material costs for trainings, but essentially the concept, the framework around universal design for learning does not necessarily have a cost to it because it's really an approach to lesson design that asks that we anticipate the barriers. And we could give some examples, but it's not necessarily there's no cost to it really when you're looking at how does a student access a text perhaps and having a variety of ways, whether it's auditory, read aloud to them, in print, in large print. I mean, it's an approach to access. And so there may be some materials that a site determines, but essentially it is not a cost, necessarily a program.
I can say a tiny bit if that's all right. Like any design approach, you could design and have a budget of millions to billions and just knock some stuff out of the park. You could also design something and spend $0 and have substantive changes in the learner's experience and the educator's experience. And part of the guidelines that I referenced that has like a million little tiny words on it is looking at things like engagement. So how are we fostering spaces in classrooms where students feel safe to take learning risks, threats are minimized and distractions are minimized? These are things that we can do at zero cost. Also things like having visual as well as written access to things, right? So then there's many things that we can do that will cost $0 and can create a large shift for students in terms of their ability to access. That being said, if you all got creative and saw things that had dollar signs attached to it that you wanted to implement, then there would be at that point some discussion around how might that be, addressed or funded. But there's no need to spend money to design universally.
And my final question was just around, you mentioned a baseline on the current status of BLS students, but ongoing as you see results, would you also be comparing to like what's going on in other schools to kind of see relationship with that?
So the assessments that we would use come from the organization, the national organization that created the Universal Design for Learning Guidelines. And it looks at it's an implementation data gathering source. So it's looking at what are educators doing in the school context that help lead to student outcomes. So you could compare that within Biella and their progress. You could also then begin having other sites within your district engage in the same self-assessment and cross-compare that way. You could also, if you wanted to look at student data outcomes internally, you could identify pieces that you're targeting that you want to see growth in and then begin monitoring that. But that isn't baked into what the grant provides. But we're definitely, I think, capable of identifying those and tracking them.
one of the layers in the universal world and tier one design, a couple of things. We are already thinking through that. So in your bond support that we're doing and the redesign of some of our classrooms, as an example, we're building in things like audio instructions and better sound systems, better lighting and designs. Those are examples of universal things that we can put into a classroom that allow greater access, not just for special education students, but for students perhaps not yet identified, that reduce identifications, perhaps speed up reclassifications, and the things that allow quicker and greater, deeper access to the already existing education. So we already kind of thinking through those. So those kind of metrics about quicker reclassification rates potential at Biella, less special education referrals. So there's multiple layers than say something just on a dashboard that we're gonna design. And that's what the team is gonna evaluate when they talk about their program and what they see as the end of next year.
Thank you. Any other questions, board? I don't see any public comment cards on this. So bring it back to the
Thank you.
board for the MOU.
Turn
Thank
it
you for
back
the
for
presentation.
consideration of the MOU.
So the 5 other collaborations in the county, but we're your favorite, right? Is that-
Absolutely. Don't tell them I
Absolutely.
told you.
Oh, good. Well, with that, then I move approval of the MOU with Sonoma County Office of Education for California Collaborative for Inclusive Learning.
I second.
Moved by trustee Sheffield, seconded by trustee De La Cruz. If there's no discussion, let's go to the vote.
Student Board Member Rao.
Aye.
Trustee Sheffield.
Aye.
Trustee De La Cruz.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
President Medina.
Aye. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we are going to move on to item F5, discussion on career technical education. And for that, we will have, it looks like Debbie Cardozo.
Thank you, President Medina, Superintendent Trinnell, members of the board, and the community, staff, students of Santa Rosa City Schools. We're excited to provide an update on CTE programs, updates from the state and so forth. I'll go ahead and turn it over once again to CTE Director Debbie Cardozo.
Just give me one moment while I share my screen, please. Yes, I love when things work. Good evening again. My name is Debbie Cardozo, and I'm a Director in Educational Services and excited to be providing all of you with an update on our career technical education programs. Before I go ahead and we start our presentation, I'd like our colleagues to introduce themselves as well. So I will first start to my right.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Damian Mason, CTE TOSA.
Good evening, Tim Zolinardo, Executive Director, Educational Services.
Thank you. So before we dive into our presentation, I thought it was important to ground us in the definition of what is career technical education. And so I'll go ahead and if you want to follow along with me on the screen, CTE is a program of study that involves a multi-year sequence of courses that integrates core academic knowledge with technical and occupational knowledge to provide students with a pathway to post-secondary education and careers. In career technical education, we have many local, state, and federal initiatives connected to several grant opportunities, which you can see up on the screen, that essentially provides direction for our work and is leveraged to expand and enhance our programs. As you know, we have a very strong partnership with the CTE Foundation of Sonoma County, and we have leveraged grant funding through that organization to support the new school model work at El Cion High School and have expanded to include the Sonoma Core program at Ridgeway High School this year. What's pretty exciting is that additionally to this partnership, it has enabled us to participate in an Accelerate Ed convening, which is funded through the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, focused on building stronger accelerated pathways between K-12 education post-secondary education, and careers. The CTE Foundation was one of the 8 new entities invited in the entire nation to participate in this group, and the only one in California for the work that is occurring specifically with our new school model schools, so LCL and high school here in Santa Rosa City Schools. Executive Director Leonardo and I are excited to be participating in a convening again next month to really discuss a blueprint or be a part of the conversation, discuss a blueprint for CTE in Sonoma County. So very exciting for our work around that. Annually, I apply to Perkins CTE Incentive Grant and work with our agriculture programs to apply for agriculture incentive grant funds. Essentially, those grant funds are leveraged to support our programs with achieving and meeting the 12 elements of a high-quality CTE program. And attached to your board report is a breakdown of those 12 essential elements for you to review. In March, I was able to secure a College and Career Access Pathways grant to support the development of dual enrollment opportunities at Elsion High School. And recently, we applied as a consortium with the county office as the lead for a K-12 Strong Workforce Program grant to support the development of the education program at Elsion High School with embedded early college access opportunities at the JC. The work completed in these grants over the next few years will serve as models for how we can do this work throughout the district. The grant application has not been released for the Golden State Pathways Grant, but should be out hopefully in the next couple of weeks. I wanted to share it with you so you could see alignment and all the different initiatives at all the different levels, but also to understand that the state is supporting an integrated approach to education, which includes integrated academics and CTE, work-based learning, and access, again, to early college credit opportunities. We will be applying for this grant, which has a 5-year implementation timeline as it aligns to the work at Elsion High School, and are currently in conversation with other schools throughout the district to see if it fits with their approach at their site. Ultimately, the purpose of this slide is to show you that we are being incredibly intentional with the braiding of different initiatives and grant funding available to support this work. It is important to note that this is grant funding. And so I'd be remiss if I didn't say that although we are incredibly grateful for the local, state, and federal resources that are provided to us to help lift this important work, it's not guaranteed. And so I just want us to keep that in mind in our work in CTE, that right now it's great, but we need to be mindful of that as we continue to move forward and support this work. So it's been a little over a year since I saw you last, and whew, we've been busy. So as you can see on the screen, we established 2 new CTE programs this year, one at Ridgeway High School and one at Elsion High School, which you've heard about. We are looking at starting 2 new programs next fall, the education program at Elsion High School, as well as a new patient care program at Montgomery High School. And then we also reestablished the sports medicine program at Marie Carrillo High School. And then, of course, supporting, as always, the redesign of our existing programs to make sure that they're meeting the industry needs and the trends that are currently happening. And so I'm just really proud of this work that we've been doing. And I'm excited to, we've been talking a lot about the work that we're doing at Elsion High School and how it will serve as a model of how we move, throughout the district. And specifically in CTE, we are starting to take the work that we've done at Elsion High School, and now we're moving to Montgomery. And so that's why you see the start of a new patient care program. And that actually came about as feedback from students. And so we did a student survey, got feedback about what they were interested in. So we're also redesigning the business program there to meet some needs. And then there will be another program that we're looking at establishing the following year. So we're very excited about the work that's been done thus far. I'm also incredibly excited for Dr. Mason. So we were able to secure grant funding to hire a CTE TOSA position at the district office level. And he started in August. And he's still smiling, and he is doing a great job at supporting the work, and is really an asset to Santa Rosa City Schools, and it's been a privilege to work with him. So, and he'll be talking a little bit more about work-based learning here in a moment.
Debbie, can I just ask a quick question about the little asterisks there around
Yes.
geospatial tech and then health science and biotech?
Absolutely.
So I see that we're not able to recoup costs from grants for those programs. Is there a pathway to, is it like that we don't have the right credentials for those classes, or like, is there a pathway through fixing that?
Yeah,
'Cause
that.
those sound super cool. That's basically like GIS and.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, absolutely. And you were completely like spot on. So yes, they are a district recognized CTE program, and they meet and are doing all the elements of a high quality CTE program. But what doesn't allow us to access the state and federal grant dollars is because of credentialing. So the teachers within those programs do not have the appropriate CTE credential for that industry sector, for that pathway. We have, due to this board's recommendation last time I presented, grant funding available now to support teachers with securing a designated CTE credential if they have the industry experience that allows them to do so, and in working with our county offices. But some of our teachers don't, and so that makes it a little bit more challenging. And so we have to be creative in again, how we support and fund those programs moving forward. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So one thing to note on this slide is I received an update from IT yesterday, which is in blue. So that's why that's highlighted right there. And the updated slide deck will be added to the meeting minutes. And so I just wanted to make sure that I shared that. And I also wanted to share that although we are seeing a decrease in enrollment overall in our district, we are seeing a slight increase still in the students enrolled in CTE programs, which is great. And also attached to your board agenda is essentially a breakdown of all the CTE courses that we offer, as well as those that meet the eligibility requirements for A through G. We have a very strong partnership with the Santa Rosa Junior College and have expanded articulation agreements where students can earn college credit in their existing high school CTE class through a credit by exam process. The past 2 years, we've had 28 students earn a total of 58 units collectively. And I'm proud of the work that has been done in this arena, just because you can see from this year or last year to this year, we've more than doubled the articulation agreements that we have offered, and really appreciate the partnership we also have with SCO in supporting this work as well. A CTE completer is a student has completed a approved CTE pathway consisting of a minimum of a 2-course sequence and has successfully passed the capstone course in that sequence with a grade C- or better and exited secondary education. And so the way CTE works is the capstone course is that last course in the program sequence. And so those students within that course, as long as they get a C- or better, and this is again, as defined by the state, and then exited secondary education, they would be considered a completer. In relation to the number of graduates in 2021, 2022, we had 67 CTE completers that represented 4.25% of our graduates. And then this past year, as you can see, we had 81 representing about 5.1% of our graduates.
While you're on this slide, could I just request that you get copies of the existing articulation agreements, just to know which ones we're getting credit for?
Absolutely. I can share them with you now if you'd like, or I could pass them on to Superintendent Trinnell. What would you prefer, to pass them on to you?
Yeah,
No
pass them
problem.
on.
Yeah, I can do that tomorrow. Thank you. Okay.
All right.
Dr. Mason.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to discuss WBL continuum or work-based learning continuum. There's often a level of confusion about career technical education and what people mean when they talk about career technical education. So I'm thankful that Director Cardozo put the definition up front so we have a working idea as we talk through the work-based learning continuum. So WBL is a vital part of CTE because it connects student learning experiences with greater community through career-focused pathways. Santa Rosa City Schools career technical education programs operate under a work-based learning continuum that was developed not in isolation, but in partnership with the CTE Advisory Board as well as the CTE teachers. We are in the process of building teacher capacities in this area at the request of our CTE department chairs to support teachers' work with industry partners so our programs can achieve career awareness, career exploration, career preparation, career training for our students. To meet this need, We will offer professional development this spring around work-based learning as an instructional strategy. And one of the things that was brought up earlier this evening is at Elsie Allen High School, there will be a career conference on April 30th where you see this robust continuum in action.
Thank you. So another part of CTE's industry certifications, which are recognized nationally in the business world, and they show that students have mastered the skills and knowledge in a specialized area. This makes students obviously more marketable in the competitive workforce. This year, we have increased the industry certifications that we offer in our program with the two at the bottom of the screen. These have been expanded in our agriculture programs. And so we're excited to continually seek and learn more about the different certifications that are age appropriate and available for our CTE programs to embed as a part of their curriculum. As you, I'm sure know, career technical student organizations are an important component to a CTE program, which teaches students leadership skills. We have a very strong FFA program at Elsie Allen High School and Santa Rosa High School. We have a FCCLA, a Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America organization at Pioneer High School, and then a new one established at Carrillo. And then we also have a Skills USA program at Santa Rosa High School. And the students participate in leadership opportunities as well as various competitions, both locally, state, and nationally, which it's a great enhancement for our programs. 2 years ago, I reinstated the district CTE advisory committee because, as we know, our industry partners are an important part of our work. The committee's purpose is to strengthen CTE programs. We have expanded to add a representative from the Workforce Investment Board this year, as well as an individual from the Sonoma County Library, because we're trying to increase public awareness and do some more outreach. And so we thought that that was a nice fit. And thank you, Dr. Mason, for that connection. And we're still looking to expand to add students, because although we are very intentional and seeking student voice and things like that in the program design and development, and we do have students that are represented at our local site level advisory committees, I want some kids on our district advisory committee. And so we're trying to work that out still with our CT department chairs, because it's important. So last year, we focused our work on work-based learning, and you saw the outcomes of that, which we're still working on. And this year, we are focused on element 2 and 10 of a high-quality CTE program, looking at what equitable and high-impact engagement strategies we can leverage to promote CTE, not only in Santa Rosa City Schools, but throughout our county. So we've started having discussions around that. And then in closing, there's a lot of wonderful things happening, but we still have work to do, which we are very excited about. So as I mentioned, we are going to continue to redesign existing and explore the development of new CTE course offerings, not only at the high school level, but something that we're starting to dig into even more is at the middle school level, because we know we want kids to come to us at the high school level aware and informed on all the different educational opportunities that are available to them. So we think that we really need to start pushing down into the middle school level even more intentionally. We really want to focus on developing integrated pathways and additional early college credit opportunities, which I spoke to earlier. We're always seeking to increase A through G approval on our CTE courses, and Dr. Mason is doing a great job supporting that. As Dr. Mason mentioned, we're designing professional development opportunities for CTE teachers, focusing on work-based learning as an instructional strategy. So it's not just an extra thing that we're doing, but we're being very intentional about the types of experiences that we're providing for our students, and also looking at different systems to track those experiences, because data is important, and so we want to make sure that we're capturing that. Again, as I mentioned, we're supporting teachers with securing their CTE credential as we're building new programs. And then again, with our advisory group, we're looking at expanding CTE promotion and outreach efforts, and really making sure that we're making not only our students and families aware of all the CTE program offerings that we have in our district, but also work closely with our community. I think sometimes the perception of CTE also needs to change because it really is an accelerated pathway that really is preparing students for college, career, and life. And so that's something that I'm incredibly passionate about. And so that's something that we're working on with our partners to make sure we do a better job with that as well. Thank you.
Board, questions? Trustee de la Torre?
Really want to thank you guys for your presentation. So I am the product of CTE education from Cloverdale High School. But unfortunately, when I transferred to San Francisco City Schools, those opportunities were not there for me. So I see the value in these programs, really look forward to seeing how we can grow and provide more of these opportunities. When you think of the A through G pathway, it is an educational highway. And sometimes, as we're seeing, that doesn't work for all students. So as students need to be redirected in an off-ramp, CTE can be a successful off-ramp for those students of a successful career ahead of them. Can you give me a little more information on how much work needs to go into certifying CTE courses to be aligned with A through G requirements? I know from experience, Petaluma City Schools went through this a lot to ensure their agriculture was A through G aligned, and that was something that got worked on. So what challenges are we coming up against here, and what does that look like?
Thank you for your question. I want to, again, share that we do have an attachment that has not only the CTE enrollment trends, but also the course titles that show the P at the end of it that indicate that it is a through G designated course. And we only have a few that are left. And I think that that's attributed to the state and their support and really looking at CTE and looking at the courses themselves and really making sure that they are elevating the rigor that is apparent in those courses, and also the rewrite of the CTE model curriculum standards. You'll see if you look at those at the back of those standards, there's actually a matrix that aligns CTE standards, the model curriculum standards, with our core academic standards. So there's been a lot of work with the state on that. So we have been working with our teachers to identify, are there courses that are already out there that maybe we could model after that we just need to adopt, which is a simple process. But then there are also courses that we may need to redesign to make sure that they are really current with the CTE model curriculum standards revised and the alignment to the core academic standards, and really is true to being an A through G eligible course. So, and some courses lend themselves easier than others, like agriculture, for example, the sciences, it's very, whereas it's an easier kind of, I guess, entry point, as opposed to sometimes in automotive, you might have to tease some things out a little bit further. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you. It does.
Yeah.
Do we have a robust enough partnership with San Jose Junior College with our CTE programs, or is there room for strengthening and improvement with either the JC and other partners in our community?
Yes, and that's something I'm also very excited about is the partnerships that we've had with the JC has increased. I mean, you can see by even just from this year to last year, the number of articulation agreements have doubled. When we applied for the CCAP grant, as well as the Strong Workforce Program grant, we had to have a letter of commitment and partnership from our post-secondary institutions, so the SRJC, and they're in. And they're excited to collaborate with us, not only on building great CTE programs, but also providing those early college access opportunities, whether it be articulation agreements or dual enrollment. We were just at a meeting before this meeting where we were having those discussions and where those entry points are. And then Dr. Mason wears many hats, and one of them, he's also a professor at Sonoma State. So we are, obviously we have a great connection with Sonoma State, but what I appreciated with him is he could bring in that lens, and we can figure out, okay, well, we want to work with the JC, but we also want to work with the SSU, and how do we build multiple pipelines and also through lines for all for students. So I don't know if you want to speak to that, but I I think now more than ever, I really feel that our partnerships are really in a good place and really is going to benefit students. So. They do okay?
I don't know if you had any specific questions around the relationships with Sonoma State. And I can speak for the department that I work in curriculum studies and secondary education. We're beginning to have these conversations around designated subjects, which is the credential that teachers need to be certified within a pathway. What does that look like as we flesh out and build our prerequisite programs? What does that look like, taking into account career technical education and even the instructional strategies around work-based learning that need to take place in the classroom?
So I have two children with college educations at this point, and they did the JC and then state schools, Cal Poly and Sonoma State. So I think it's really important that we push parent education and family education on what opportunities are available and what those different pathways look like, because it worked out great for my children. And I just want to make sure that those opportunities are known to the families in our district, so they can be better prepared and maybe start to think about those things in middle school and high school and what their careers or educational paths may look like, and that it's not just one way to get to the finish line. That, you know, we want to be productive members of society, and there are a lot of different ways to earn a good income and provide for yourself and your family. So the better we educate our students and our families and what those opportunities are, and working closely with the amazing partnerships that are right in our backyard, the sky's the limit for their education.
Other board members, Trustee De La Cruz?
Speaking to that kind of idea of enhanced partnerships, one of the things that the JC is doing and that other organizations kind of locally are also doing is recognizing that there is kind of these opportunities for a just transition from, work in agriculture, for example, into actually vegetation management and to fire prevention and to really kind of transformative ways of adapting to climate change. And that those are also kind of, high-paid professional jobs that require science and technology and, really kind of fitting in that CTE plug. Those classes are currently rolling out in a couple of different places, and I'm wondering if that is something that we're looking into as well. In that kind of like ag plus, right? Like adaptive climate change focused work.
Yeah, the Golden State Pathways grant application actually has priority areas, and it's like health, education. There is a climate focus, and you can connect agriculture, technology, and strands like that, to that work. And so definitely our work always aligns with the direction of the state while also, keeping in mind what's happening locally. And so absolutely, yes, we're definitely thinking about entry points within that as well.
But I do want to add just one thing, which is we've used student information and feedback for interest in connection to high impact pathways to kind of make decisions strategically. So I'm sure we're going to see students touching on climate concerns, and that will probably drive that interest as well.
Great, thank you.
Other board questions? Trustee Sheffield?
First of all, I just want to say it's really exciting to see these opportunities growing, doubling from where they were just a year ago. And Debbie, I know I had a conversation with you last summer, about the world that I work in and my day job with hospitals and health systems. And the talk from our health systems in California in particular is that there is a healthcare workforce crisis. That's where we're at right now. And every young person that I talk to, I'm just saying, hey, there is a future for you in health. And so seeing opportunities around this year, the public and community health, there was another one that was health science and biotech, and there's patient care. It's incredible. And so as I did last summer, I'm just offering, I will facilitate any conversations to have with our local health systems. Everybody is really needing this and starting that sort of career pipeline starting at high school level. And as I said before, the future right now is really, it's not plastics, it's health. So, yeah.
Other board member questions? Seeing none, I'll go to me. I did have a few questions. First off, with Sonoma State, specifically the new education pathway that's starting in LCL next semester. I am curious if we could find out more about the Compact for Success agreement and maybe how that could be somehow tied into that pathway in the long term. And then also just around the health pathway there, and I know nursing's just impacted everywhere, and SSU has a good nursing program, and the JC has a good nursing program. So I mean, I think those pathways really being tied into those impacted programs, I think would be good. I did see a lot of the culinary arts programs, and I think one thing that I've recently heard from several folks is the ask of students at LC Allen for a culinary program, and I've heard that uh, it ended due to a lack of a teacher. Is that something that we still struggle to fill, or could you provide more insight on the ability to implement one of those programs there?
Yeah, absolutely. So we did have, I'm struggling to remember the year, but we did have a farm to table course at LC Allen High School. It was started up with a grant that we received from the CTE Foundation of Sonoma County when they were issuing grants really to kind of start up new programs, right? And then that teacher left and went to another district. And oftentimes when teachers leave, it's sometimes programs go with them. It was actually a course that was offered after the school day, just by the way that the schedule was kind of built at that time. There are conversations to integrate that back into the agriculture program. The facility that they have currently at LC Allen High School is not a functioning kitchen. And so there would need to be some major work to happen within the classroom that was kind of repurposed to serve as a facility, but really isn't a true kitchen facility like you would see at Pioneer, for example, or Carrillo. And so there would need to be some work around that. But we have started some initial conversations, especially as we're looking at redesigning the agriculture program there to meet the needs, again, student interests in our community. And so that isn't something that's off the table. It's something that we started again this year talking about, but there are some things that we have to work through. They have a great school farm there, greenhouse facility, so that would be a nice marriage with farm to table. But those are some things that we still have to kind of work through before we say, yes, we could offer that again. But it is on the table.
Thanks.
Yeah.
And with the other culinary programs, do we have any sort of agreement with SRJC and their culinary program?
Yes, so we have an articulation agreement with the SRJC for both Carrillo and Pioneer, and I am working on getting one established for Ridgeway as it's a new program. So we have a partnership with them as well.
That's awesome. The other thing that I kind of wanted to, as it relates to this, is do we have relationships in terms of established like internship opportunities for our students? And if so, are they also tied with like maybe the SRJC's work experience college credits?
Director Medina, you're reading my mind. So we do have some of our courses that offer internships within like the capstone level courses. I wouldn't say that it's a systematic approach yet, but it needs to be. And so as we're designing that out in our CTE programs, we want to be intentional. We've talked about if that third level course really being where they can get that internship type of experience while also receiving SRJC credit in like a work experience or an internship course. And so we really want to make sure that we are building that. So we have some early seeds of internship type opportunities and things like that, especially as we're working on supporting the development of the continuum. So kids are actually ready to do an internship by the time they get to that capstone level course. But we still have some systems that we still need to work through and conversations that need to be had with the JC and how we could make that work. So, but that's in development.
I think that's all my questions. Anybody
Thank
else?
you.
All right. No public comments on this. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Now we will move on to item F6. It's a community schools grant process update, and I'll pass it on to Superintendent Trammell.
Thank you very much, President Medina, members of the board, those who are with us in person and online. We bring to you tonight an update regarding the process and progress on our current community schools grant planning. And tonight we have Stacy Desideri and Eric Lofty, who will be sharing some information.
Yes. I apologize. I'm just now getting into Zoom so that we can begin our presentation. Are you seeing me yet?
Not yet.
All right, I'm going to go back and see if I can do this again. We've been having a little bit of technical difficulties with inconsistent technology. Yeah.
Try to log in.
Cannot.
You can't?
No, I'm not able to get on the internet. Cool. Thanks, Melanie. Let me share it with you, Melanie, as a plan, as a backup. Oh, there you go. We're good. Five minutes now.
It's coming.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening.
Turn your microphone on.
Good evening. I am Stacy Desideri, and with me is Director Eric Lofty here from the Department of Wellness and Engagement to share with you an update on our current work with the community schools update. All right, so good evening, and we are here to talk with you and update you on the community schools work that we are doing. This work is obviously in alignment with Santa Rosa City Schools' mission, vision, and strategic priorities. As we are taking a look at the community schools, this is a conversation about the transformation work. Community Schools is a program that addresses all of our strategic priorities. Santa Rosa City Schools was lucky to receive a planning grant from the California Department of Education. This work was designed to begin that transformation that is based on the foundational principles of the community school model. The presentation we'll be sharing tonight seeks to define and explain what the community school model is, to provide some general context around our partnership with Sonoma County Office of Education that's designed to promote community schools, the steps that we have taken to date, and the next steps that we are taking a look at that will position eligible sites to apply for and to be funded for the implementation grants that come after the 2-year planning grant process. So how did we get here? The community schools planning grants that we have been working on were originally brought to our district with our partnership with SCO as a way to fund the implementation of wellness centers, specifically to discuss wellness centers in high schools. SCO had received funding through the California Department of Education designed to support our districts that are applying for the California Community Schools Partnership Grants and was instrumental in helping write our grant in Sonoma County In addition to the funding of the planning of the community school transformation, our proposal partially funded the creation of the director position, the Director of Mental Health and Community Schools Development. Since the original message centered on high school wellness centers, our initial efforts at the beginning of this school year focused there. In October, though, it became apparent that the California Department of Education was focusing on funding school sites that have the highest numbers of marginalized students. In Santa Rosa City Schools, that distinction resulted in a restructuring of our community schools partnership plan that focused, rather than focusing on the secondary school sites, looked at the adoption of elementary community schools.
Hi, everybody. So the year got off to a great start with the creation of student wellness groups at several of our high schools. Remember, we thought we were implementing this at the high school level. While these groups continue to work on planning wellness centers, they will not be part of the CCSPP, the California Community Schools Partnership Project planning process. District staff have been, myself, I've been attending intensive trainings that were made available through the Regional Technical Assistance Center that's part of this grant, provided through the Santa Clara Office of Education. In addition to this, we've been attending community schools coordinator boot camps and learning how to support sites as they consider through this planning process implementing community schools. As our focus started to shift due to the grant requirements, we began engaging our labor groups, CSEA and SRTA, through the creation of a district-level community schools advisory council to make sure that at the very, very beginning, and that's where we are in this process, we are sharing information and working alongside stakeholders. Community schools and the new focus on elementary was presented also at the elementary principals meeting in December. And in order to build successful proposals, we still need to identify participating sites, develop some advisory councils to get stakeholder feedback, because that is central to the community school model, is decentralizing decision-making. You'll see in the pillars that we're going to talk about now. But we need to conduct some needs assessment for sites that are participating, identify supportive partners, and continue to engage stakeholders in identification of priorities based on feedback. So let's take a step back and maybe think a little bit about theoretically. So what is a community school, and in what ways do community schools differ from the way we currently think of public schools? Many of these things already exist within our schools. These four pillars of the community school model essentially reorganize existing supports in the community, but turn schools into much more centers of community than they are just simply centers of education. So the four pillars, I'll go into the next two slides. The first pillar is the integrated student supports. So that is this idea, and we have been building student supports, and we've come here many times to talk about the different types of supports we have. This is the idea of reorganizing existing community supports onto our sites. Pillar two is family and community engagement. And again, this is not just simply asking people to come to events. This is deep, meaningful engagement and location of supports for families on our sites. The third pillar is collaborative leadership and practices for educators and administrators. This is really to get into the idea of utilizing community feedback and to decentralize decision-making. Pillar 4 is extended learning time and opportunities. The Department of Education is asking us to reorganize in certain ways, partially because of what we've learned through the COVID pandemic. Extended learning time is something that was a hallmark of the way the Department of Education was having us respond, and I think it's something they want us to continue. So these four pillars are the beginning of a coherent philosophical shift.
So when we look at the current place we are in this process, we are currently at about half of the way through the first year of a 2-year planning process. So this is very early in our work where we are right now. The implementation grant comes at the end of that second year, and the applications for those grants are due in February. That's February of 2025, a year from now. Application grants for the implementation part of this phase will be awarded to sites that have been actively engaging in the planning work that was just described, and we'll go into a little bit more. If the schools not only do the planning work, but complete the application. The award amounts are based on student enrollment. Larger schools receive more funding, smaller schools will receive a little bit less. The most competitive applications is important to understand. They're designed to be awarded to the schools that have the highest number of marginalized students. These are students that might be classified as an English learner, a California foster youth, or youth who qualify in reduced lunch or free lunch programs. These are referred to in some of our jargon as the unduplicated student counts. In an unduplicated student count, we recognize that a student who qualifies in one of these areas may actually qualify in many of these areas. And so rather than counting each qualification, we make sure that we count each student individually, even if they qualify in more than one category. And schools that have unduplicated student counts at 70% or higher are eligible. Schools that fall over 80% become highly competitive. And in Santa Rosa City Schools, the schools that are most likely to be funded based on that definition include schools such as, Abraham Lincoln, Biella Elementary, Brook Hill Elementary, Helen Lehman Elementary, James Monroe Elementary, Luther Burbank Elementary, Steele Lane Elementary, and Hillard Comstock Middle School. These are the schools that will be the most competitive. On this table, you see not only the school, you see this school's unduplicated count. This was pulled from a CalPADS report for the 23-24 school year. And you can see on this table what the annual award would be based on the school's enrollment, and what would the total award over a 5-year process be. Because if they are awarded this grant, they would receive that annual award for 5 years total.
In order for a site to receive funding, they will need to start learning about the California model and building buy-in for the community school model with staff, families, and students. They need to identify a point person or community school champion to help coordinate site-based activities. Sites will need to create a community schools advisory council that will serve as a stakeholder group. They may adopt an existing group. A detailed needs assessment will need to be completed that will lead to the creation of community partnerships. And the sites will be supported, of course, by myself and our department through this process. And SCO will be writing our grants, the grant for our district that funds these sites. That's their support as part of it. So again, on the existing groups, because they could be utilized as a starting point because they're valuable stakeholder groups, we want to make sure that site councils are not overburdened by the additional work. The goal of community schools is to drastically increase the amount of people who are engaging as stakeholders and to share in the decision-making with an additional group. So using our existing people that are already participating, we want to look at expanding that. Participating, so in order for a site to receive funding, wait, I'm on slide 14, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
The implementation grants can support implement. Didn't I just do that? No. Oh, this is the participating LEA. So the LEA in the county, my notes are duplicated. So they'll develop and support ongoing community partnerships. They'll need to help us, we'll work with them to develop a tracking system and progress monitoring, providing support and structure for the needs assessment. That's something that the county and the district will be supporting sites with. We'll be providing ongoing guidance and assistance, and we will also be writing their grant.
Real quickly, when you say county, you're talking about SCO,
SCO.
not like the county?
No, I'm talking about SCO. Thank you for the clarification. So what will these awards, or what can we do with these funds that we showed you on the table? Basically, anything that helps adopt a community school model, which is really looking at those 4 pillars again. Something that drastically improves the support services for students, something that increases family and community engagement, and ways to strengthen collaborative leadership. And again, that is stakeholder processes, community feedback, getting our families working on some of these problems that we've been coming up with. And then priorities, again, for whatever we do, have to be driven by a stakeholder input process. So I think it's important to acknowledge that we benefit from reorganizing our, this culture change project, if you will. It's a transformational philosophy of public education that is being advanced throughout California. Community schools are a strategy to organize the resources of a community, resources that already exist in a community, to address and reduce barriers to learning. It's a place-based strategy in which schools partner with community agencies to provide an integrated focus on academics, health and social services, youth and community development, and community engagement. What about wellness centers? We have been talking about wellness centers, and at the beginning of the presentation, we mentioned that we initially thought this was going to fund them. We are continuing to work to create wellness centers at high schools. SCO is working with our staff to ensure that when we eventually do implement wellness centers, that they're designed to be successful and safe. The state has recently announced the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative that will increase funding for school-linked behavioral health services, and we are partnering with SCO to participate in the CYBHI, or the Children Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, to fund positions that would be part of our wellness center. Next.
So where are we now? We are looking at our partnership with these selected sites in order to identify which sites are ready to begin to make this transformation. We are looking at, within those sites, creating stakeholder groups that are unique to each of the sites who are interested in participating, as well as continuing district level stakeholder groups to both assist with the asset mapping that needs to happen and assist the sites with the work of doing the planning to strategically position them to be competitive for the grants. We are looking at identifying leadership within those sites who can help initiate this work. We are beginning to support the work of the needs analysis of each community so that we make sure that we are specifically addressing what that community feels their students and their families are looking for. We are both developing and strengthening our community partnerships to bring those agencies to our community. And we are doing the work that is needed to begin building competitive grants for the implementation phase of this work. And that brings us to the summary of where we are at this time. We're prepared to answer questions about where we are and where we'd like to go.
Thank you guys very much for your presentation. And I understand this presentation was about the grant process. But my question lies more of, Is there anything we can do sooner? I have teachers, students, community members that are asking for these type of opportunities yesterday. And this grant process is a very lengthy process. I'm reading about a lot of potential opportunities that could address certain crises that our community is actively dealing with. Is there anything that we can start to explore and implement within a district sooner than this process is going to take?
I will start. So this, remember that this is a planning grant, so it's not for implementation. By moving through this process, we actually may qualify for a lot more money, and they can talk about how much that is, and we stand to potentially receive, again, reiteration of the potential implementation that would be for several years ongoing. I understand the need. I think that there are some things that we're already doing in partnership with community organizations. So if you're hearing anything that's an immediate need, please let me know and we can get started.
Other board members, questions? Trustee Sheffield?
Just a bit of clarification about the wellness centers, and you had said, obviously we would want wellness centers at our high schools, and you said that this would not, it would not be? Is that, yeah?
Yes and no. So as we are beginning to build community centers, when we think about the community schools model, one of the important pillars is that integrated student services. A wellness center would be an example of one kind of service that would be an integrated student service. It is not in and of itself a community school. And so as we identify the schools that are developing the community school model, you are very likely to see that one of the priorities that comes out of a needs assessment is to create a wellness center. But that would be a part of this work. It would not be that work in and of itself. And there are schools that are right now at the secondary level actively beginning the work of creating wellness centers, which can be done as their own kind of program. It's one example of what a school might prioritize through the program.
Thank you.
Other board members? Seeing none, Trustee De La Cruz, go ahead.
One of the things that's so critical about this, and I love that you highlighted this, is, really having folks in the middle of our decision-making process, that we are really listening to what it is that folks have already been asking for quite some time, and really figuring out how to activate those requests into something that's actionable. Are we using existing structures to engage people who have experienced marginalization in the past? Are we kind of creating a new advisory group of students and or teachers and stakeholders? How are we structuring our engagement efforts?
So we initially started in secondary organizing youth mental health and wellness groups to get feedback specifically that we thought was going to lead towards getting their voice involved. Right now, because we had to kind of pivot or re-strategize our approach, we're looking at the very beginning of going to elementary sites, and in order to qualify for the grant, we have to demonstrate our capacity to pull groups together and to utilize stakeholder feedback. They want to make sure that we're developmentally ready to implement community schools process. And so we're going to go by each site and we're going to say, okay, how can we use the groups that you already have for stakeholder feedback? And then how can we expand them to involve a wider group of folks or adopt them in some way so that we can demonstrate that? And then what the community school advisory group is now in the grant planning process, it will look different than in the implementation process. But the key is, can we demonstrate through our proposals that each site that we are proposing be funded as community schools is developing or is developing the capacity to meaningfully get voices that we are missing, that we are likely missing today. That's what community schools really hold us to account. to say who's not at the table, what voices, what engagement are we missing, and how can we expand that? And so we have to demonstrate our willingness and capacity to expand who we're currently hearing from in the community.
Other board members?
Just had one more
Go ahead.
question. Does this planning grant allow for the payment of stipends, of other ways to incentivize folks who always are making hard choices about the value of their time?
So during the planning grant, we aren't receiving the same level of funding that might be awarded during the full implementation. So there is some funding to be able to engage the work that will have to go into the planning. So yes, there is a limited amount of funding. Once if a school does earn the implementation grant, the funding that is provided through that grant will give the community a lot more power to be able to look at how are we going to sustain the work that needs to go into the planning grant, the implementation part. I apologize.
Thanks. Yeah, it's our experience in similar efforts that folks are like, so you want me to do your job for you because you can't do it without me? But you get a paycheck and I'm here getting like a burrito, thanks, right? Like, so there's just, I think some of those power dynamics and those imbalances and, whose time we're valuing and how we're valuing that time, like some of those things really make a difference. And there's a lot of increased community engagement efforts throughout our jurisdictions and people who are really showing us, what a community-based leader model looks like, how to organize and create safe spaces to ensure that people who have long experience, like, come in and tell me what you think. Here's what I think. Okay, thanks. We're not going to do any of that. Bye. Right? That is the definition of most community engagement efforts for people who have long experienced marginalization in our systems. And so, really appreciate the articulation of the intention here. And there's lots of great examples of people creating some of these spaces in really meaningful ways that can be transformative.
Any other board members? I do have a couple questions. Well, first off, it was probably around 2013 when we first started talking about community schools here back with Superintendent Socorro Shields. So I'm glad that we're finally really actually doing something with this exploration. But missing here to me, I see the pillars, but I don't really see like a definition of a community school. I'm hoping that comes to us at some point because I have a vision of what a community school is. But I'm not sure if that's the same definition that y'all are working with. So just really quickly, is there something that you would describe?
So there is a lot more about the California community school model. There's a flip book that is available that we can share with the board that goes deeper into detail. It's hard for us to decide how much of the sort of pedagogy behind community schools that the California Department of Education is pushing forward. But we will talk briefly about there's key conditions for learning. I think that when I look at it, what I see the difference here is that rather than expecting folks to subscribe to our model of what public education is, that we want to engage them and say, what would actually make a difference? What would remove the barriers to learning for your particular student? A lot of schools that have adopted community school models in the East Bay have actually put laundromats on their campuses. And what that has done is that's given them a place to, a way to engage that actually meets a need of theirs.
So when we think about this idea of the community school, if we consider the model that we're using now, we have students that come to our school community in order for their academic support. And occasionally a student may qualify for additional mental health supports. We know that the most successful students and families are the ones that have access to everything that they need. And rather than identifying the students that need that support and then asking them to leave our school community in order to benefit from those, creating spaces that bring those community resources onto our campus. A classic example of the kind of baby steps of this process is what we currently see at LC Allen High School, where at the LC Allen campus, there is a community clinic. And it is a community clinic that is a teen-based clinic. So students that are looking for teen support with their healthcare, they don't have to leave the campus in order to benefit from that. They don't have to go and find a clinic for healthcare. That is one example of an integrated student support being offered physically on the campus. What this is asking is for each of the schools that are interested in that to work with their community to identify what is it that we are looking for on our campus. It may be that finding ways to bring community clinics to the campus. It might be programs like food resources, clothes closets, laundromats might be really beneficial. It could be extended hours at the library to provide access to places and spaces of learning for not only our students, but for the families and the adults. But I think one of the beautiful parts of the community schools model is it's not for us to sit alone and identify what a community might need. That's that integrated shared leadership that our community themselves needs to be the voice of saying, this is who we are and this is what our community needs.
So really quickly, before we continue, I'd like to entertain a motion to extend the meeting maybe to 11 p.m.
I move to extend the meeting to 10:45.
I second.
Okay, so it's moved by trustee Manietti. I think I got trustee De La Cruz as the second. Is there any objections to 10:45? Okay, meeting's extended. So just going back to that, I appreciate that definition, more aligned with kind of what I'm hearing. I think echoing what trustee De La Torre was mentioning, like, I think there's a lot of things that I know this grant is for planning, but I feel there's a lot we can do in terms of the relationships. To me, part of this is about how do we bring more resources to our schools that isn't coming from us. Some of the things that exist is how do we build relationship, for example, with like the county's human services department, have eligibility workers, establish benefits for folks and families on the schools. Other different resources. One of the things that I'd like to maybe along this model, if y'all could provide very specific asks of what maybe we could ask for the city so that I can then take to the mayor, because she said, give me specific things to ask. And well, you guys could help me with that. But if there's no other questions, I do have a public comment card on this, so we'll go to public comment. Catherine Howe, while you get up there, I'll let Superintendent Trinnell add something.
Just want to be mindful of one of the next steps, and that is working directly with the school site and the population of the school to gather the interests and the needs before we bring in outside entities who may be the beneficiaries of that integrated approach and partnership. We certainly do not want to inadvertently suggest services and supports without first getting the perspectives of the stakeholders of the school site and then looking for those partners, moving in tandem as we're hearing those things.
Thank you, Superintendent Trinnell.
All right,
Ms.
thank
Howe.
you. I'll talk from over here. I just want to start by saying thank you to Stacy and Eric for helping us muddle through the confusion that I think was caused by SCO, honestly. Having an outside entity say, hey, you've got a grant and you're going to use it for wellness centers is certainly not what the community schools grant ever was intended to be. So a huge thank you for figuring that out and doing it right, and including the labor unions and including the stakeholders, because this is really supposed to be a bottom-up thing, right? There is no definition for community schools until the community builds it, right? A community school is whatever Lincoln thinks it is, but it's also whatever Comstock thinks it is, right? And that's how it works, and that's how our district is going to implement it. So I'm very grateful for that being the thing, other than just go saying, hey, you got some wellness centers. Not that wellness centers are not needed, but that was completely contrary to the whole definition of this grant from the state of California. I also want to say, I'm sorry he's not here, but Trustee Flores, who actually encouraged this district multiple times and really was the push behind applying for this planning grant, hopefully to get some implementation grants into the district. So thank you to Trustee Flores in Los Angeles. I don't know if he's listening. So I just wanted to say those things, and SRTA is totally on board, and we'll be with you every step of the way to get what our communities need for our community schools. Thank you.
Thank you, President Howe. I just also want to add that on this, well, one of the important things to me is the idea of community. And I feel that more and more, I'd really like to see our schools really be that hub of the community where people aren't leaving their community, sending their kids away from where they live, where they really invest their time and money and interact and engage with the schools that are where they live. And to me, that's what the big part of community means. And so hopefully we get there. Other comments from the board before we move on? I think this discussion, right? None? Thank you for the presentation, for the update.
Thank you very much.
Now we will move on to our favorite topic. Item F7, the governor's budget proposal update.
I just make a request that the next time we talk about the budget, it's before 10 p.m. That's just, you guys are amazing that you're still doing this at 10. It's just tough.
Thank you, and I'm glad to hear that this is your favorite part. Not always the case.
It's just because we don't see enough of Joel. Hi, Joel.
That's it. Thank you, President Medina, Superintendent Trinnell, and members of our Santa Rosa City Schools community, online and in person. I will go ahead and share my screen, and we will try to provide an overview while keeping it brief as well. Just a moment here. And nope, I have to share screen first. Sorry. Okay. And okay. All right. So this evening, we're going to go ahead and go through a few things. We'll give an overview of the governor's budget proposal, which includes the projections for next year based on the 6 of the 8 economic factors for the cost of living adjustment that will happen later in the year for funding for the following year. We're going to cover the proposed state and budget and economy, some Prop 98 funding information and how that impacts us here, areas to monitor, our next steps, and then we'll open it for questions. So just a reminder of where we are. This is the middle of the year here. So this is the first time that the governor is giving a look at what we expect next year to look like since the update last June when the budget was passed. So the next time that you'll hear from us is the LCAP mid-year update. So at the end of February, we'll give you an idea of where we are in spending those LCAP dollars through the year and implementing programs. And then we'll come back to you in March with our second interim update and projections for next year and for the remainder of this year and the next 2 years. And then we'll be bringing some more information back to you in May after the last two factors are known for the statutory COLA. And we'll be presenting then what we expect to happen going forward to be implemented in the budget. This evening, we have a number of slides. I think we have 36 or so. We are not going to spend time on all of those. They are attached for reference. I'll just give a brief overview of the content. So our budget themes, essentially the budget shortfall that Governor Newsom is projecting is substantially lower than that was projected by the Legislative Analyst's Office. One of the big issues had to do with the tax collections. Those are well below what we had expected based on the outlook that was really kind of rosy when the budget was implemented. We are looking at some pessimistic revenue assumptions by the Legislative Analyst's Office. The governor's budget projects a little bit higher, and budget balancing in the way of drawing down from the rainy day fund and the stabilization account. To do so, the governor would actually have to declare a budget emergency. So this is the first time that he has indicated being willing to do something like that. We will see what that looks like. We are going back to the time of COLA only, which is cost of living adjustment that has not been seen by California schools in a number of years since prior to the LCFF implementation. However, the rainy day fund is definitely a good thing that we've had that. So this really tells the story of the why and what's going on. Remember that in California, we rely very heavily on the top 1% of our earners, which is great when we are having a booming economy. It's definitely volatile when things are not as secure on the economic outlook. Our property tax revenues would be the most stable funding source with Prop 13 back early 90s when that happened. That really changes it to where we see this volatility. This is just an overview of the big three taxes and the way that those impact the current economy at the state level, which then passes on to us here at the local level. And we'll talk about Prop 98 funding. While it sounds kind of doom and gloom and it feels painful with Prop 98, it's actually still trending overall up. So we are higher than we have historically been. It's just we're likely to see smaller gains than we have in the past. It's kind of normalized, I would say. So one of the big things is that with the extension of the tax filing deadline, what that did is it pushed out the time frame for us to know what last year's final numbers were, the current year and next year. So when the governor gives his proposal and when we're truing things up, it's a 3-year, just like ours is, except that it's for the prior year, the current year, and next year. And so this year, they're actually truing up what we should have received in Prop 98 last year, which is where you see the difference between the $107 billion and the $98 billion. So essentially, they overpaid Prop 98. And so they kind of balance that out. They are not looking or proposing to do mid-year cuts. So that is a really good thing for us. In the past, that did happen back in, it was 2009, I believe, when they actually pulled, maybe it was 2008, when they actually pulled back money in January. So we are fortunate not to be seeing a situation like that. Excuse me. Essentially, that difference there, he is actually proposing that they fund more than the Prop 98 guarantee by pulling money out of the stabilization account. So while it does feel pretty painful to us in education, it is actually a budget that is protecting education as compared to other state priorities. So again, just talking about the Prop 98 reserve and that we're pulling out of there. So that is a short-term fix. Essentially, the governor is proposing doing what many districts have been doing with the one-time funds we've received, and that is continuing ongoing expenditures with one-time funds. So it's like paying your mortgage out of your savings account. And that's what we've been doing with all of the one-time funds that we've had and spending down reserves. We're going to need to make adjustments as the state is needing to make adjustments. Also, it's not sustainable in this current pattern. Excuse me. So the Prop 98 deficit, as we just talked about, it does drop. He's proposing to backfill from there. That 8.22% COLA was based on what was projected for those tax returns. Obviously, it came in much lower, and that's where we're really running into that issue. The program costs are expecting to have a 0.76 COLA. So if you remember at the time of budget adoption, it was 3.94. The Legislative Analyst's Office in December projected a 1.27. We are now looking at a 0.76. So that is because they did that large one-time 6.7% augmentation to the COLA. So they paid more than what was under the statutory obligation. And the difference in the outlook between the governor's budget and the Legislative Analyst's Office really has to do with the local property taxes and where those funds are going to come in locally and what the state will have to match. What is some good news is that we do not see really deferrals. We don't see huge cuts to Proposition 98. And we don't see sweeps like was proposed last year at this time, which was to take the one-time funds back. There is not a proposal to do that. There are some proposals, a consideration to further restrict some of those one-time funds to be more specifically directed towards learning loss or learning recovery. And one of the things that we were just talking about, the Community Schools Partnership Program they have not taken funds back from that. They are going to continue to fund that. So that's really good news. Okay, some of the risks, we've already kind of spoken about that, spending beyond our means, both locally and at the state level. And arts and music instruction, the block grant that was written into law. We've started receiving the money in the apportionment this year. We have 3 years to spend each apportionment that we receive. Those plans will be started at the site level coming up soon. One thing to take note is that it is based on 1% of the Prop 98 guarantee. So as that guarantee goes down, those funding resources will go down as well. So we'll need to be careful and watch what those allocations look like and probably use the 3 years to smooth what those plans look like, because we do have to spend 80% of those dollars on staffing, which can be difficult when you're looking at keeping to that shrinking dollar amount. Okay, and I'm going to hand it over to Joel to talk about the impact on our local budgets.
Thank you, Lisa. So as you can see, Lisa mentioned in the governor's budget, funding the local control funding formula with a COLA of 0.76%. That was down from this current year's enacted budget forecast of 3.94%. One thing of note is with a 0.76 COLA, that's low, but it's not necessarily an anomaly. What has been more of an anomaly has been the prior 2-year larger COLAs at 8.22% and 6.56%. Those were more of an anomaly. We would have loved to have the 3.9%, 3.94%, but with this update, we're looking at a 0.76%. So again, the LCFF factors, the COLA is a 0.76%, but the COLA also contributes to the grade span adjustment, the supplemental and concentration grant money, and that's based on the unduplicated pupil percentage. So again, this budget is for current plus 2 future years as well. So current year is at 0.76% compared to the 3.94% COLA in June. But then next year, the current year enacted budget was projecting 3.29%. This governor's budget proposal is looking at 2.73% in 25-26. About 0.5% lower, and then close to the same in 26-27. So again, a highlight is the governor has the option of augmenting or suspending some of the COLA. As you can see, he's not looking at that. The COLA is based on economic indicators, but it could be reduced. So that's a good thing. So we've gone over the planning factors, that the updated planning factors that are included with this governor's budget, and our current budget is our 22-23 first interim report that we looked at in December. So how does the planning factors impact our current Santa Rosa City Schools budget? You can see at that second interim, which was based on the governor's current year enacted budget, we were looking at, you can see the middle row there, our LCFF revenue, and then we input the new COLAs into those factors, and you can see our new revenue, our new projected revenues in the top row, and you can see the difference between the two. So and we'll go into the so we'll go into a slide to show how those is resulting in a minute here, but this is another visual on the difference, a tale of two stories, the difference between our first interim LCF revenue projections and now these updated LCF revenue projections that will be in our second interim coming in March. Okay, and here's another look. So yes, the COLA is an increase of 0.76%, but looking at how does that impact our school district? Our school district is experiencing declining enrollment. We have been for a few years, and we have begun getting the protection of the average daily attendance of current year or prior year. And then a few years ago, they implemented the third option, which is the 3 rolling year average. So our district receives revenue based on 3-year rolling average. So next year, we will have the year removed that was prior to COVID, that we had higher attendance rates, and that will drop off. So our 3-year rolling average, our next year's funded ADA is going down. You can see it's going from 12,624 to 12,119. And one other factor was, so you can see, yes, we receive an increase in percentage, but we receive the dollars based on our student data. So the resulting factor of that COLA being reduced to 0.76% for us locally is a reduction in revenue of about a little over $3 million next year. Yeah, so that's kind of how, as Lisa mentioned, we're looking at a COLA only year, how that'll really impact our local finances.
So the COLA is applied to almost all of our categorical programs, which is really fantastic because that doesn't always happen. What doesn't get it in this upcoming year, what's proposed not to receive it, is the preschool programs, or the preschool program. So they're looking at some different funding mechanisms, I guess, with that, or some funding options, but we are not seeing a COLA to preschool. Something to keep in mind with CalPERS, so this is the California Public Employee Retirement System. This covers all classified workers, whether they're at the school site in the classroom or up through administration. So it's the retirement program for non-certificated staff. And the rates on that adjust based on investment performance and the actuarial estimates based on the number of retirees and how long they're living compared to the number of younger workers still in the workforce. So as you can see, the CalPERS rate continues to increase substantially. That is definitely an impact each year that is outpacing inflation, or not inflation, but our COLA. So that is one other factor to be aware of. And then on the certificated side, so our teachers and our certificated administrators, the employer contribution rates are set in statute. So it does take an act of the legislature to make changes to that. So those don't change as often. They're not typically as volatile, but that's at 19.10%. And no changes proposed for the Universal TK program. So that is continuing with the planned implementation timeline where we get down to, by the time that we get to 25, 26, we're looking at a 20 student maximum in a classroom rather than 24, and a 10-to-1 adult ratio in that second year out. Universal School Meals Program is actually expected to increase rather than to remain flat. So great news that we're expecting to continue to see improvements in that funding. It's a great program that we're able to provide meals free of charge to all students regardless of income status. It is still very important that families complete the alternative income form so that that is how we receive our Title I funds and some other dollars related to our unduplicated pupils. The Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, so that is the out of school program, so after school and during summer recess or other intercession times. The funding is slated to continue. However, there's an adjustment in the way that they distribute those funds. And so we will actually be seeing a decrease there because our LEAs are not above 75%. We aren't above that at our Santa Rosa Elementary School District. We do receive concentration funds, but not at that percentage. So we will be seeing a decrease there. We are currently analyzing what that impact will be prior to finalizing all of our summer contracts. We do still have carryover funds that will help us to finish that. Home to school transportation funding, they are continuing that program, which is fantastic. That also will see an increase by the COLA. So we can we'll receive 60% of the approved transportation costs. So we will see that as a reimbursement. The downside is we have to spend it first and then be reimbursed the following year, but that is definitely an improvement over what it has been in the past. And we will be bringing our updated plan before April 1st as required. Okay, do you want to talk about projections?
Yeah. Yeah, so all this is based on assumptions. The governor's proposal is just the first step in the process. We still have a long ways to go till it's final. We'll have a revision in May. The governor comes out after the legislature and other interest groups have had a chance to look at the budget and provide input to the governor. So we'll be back here in May with an update to this. We were just at the governor's budget presentation by School Service California. They were thinking that 0.76 might go up to close to 1.5 assumptions, but that's just dartboards. And we'll be back before we have that in March with our second interim financial report for this current year, using this governor's January proposal assumptions in that. But this is kind of a look at that. And yeah, but we really won't know anything until June. And then after June, we'll do a 45-day update with kind of the final budget act for this current year. I mean, for next year.
So of course, our areas to monitor, as Joel just mentioned, our May revision and final budget in June, inflation, interest rates, stock market. Again, nobody is projecting currently a recession, so that's a good thing. That's definitely a difference than what we were hearing previously. There are still some indicators that there could be, but that's not currently widely projected. We are utilizing one-time funding in the governor's budget for ongoing expenses. Same here, we have deadlines. Most of those funds will be spent out for us at the end of this year, with the remainder being spent out at the end of next year. And we do have declining enrollment in ADA that we need to be aware of and try to mitigate. We do have things that will impact our budget, such as employee negotiations, collective bargaining, and going through our fiscal stabilization process. Our next steps, we'll be meeting hopefully twice in February with the Budget Advisory Committee. We do have some recommendations that we expect to be coming forward next month with that. In March, we will continue our Budget Advisory Committee meetings. Those will just be ongoing for the foreseeable future. We'll present our second interim, and then we'll be back in May, June, and September. Questions from the board, please.
Board questions? And quick questions. Was there anything significant in the LAO's response to the governor's proposal that we should be aware of?
I haven't seen anything. The difference really is just on where they're projecting the revenues to come in based on local taxes versus what'll come in at the state level.
I think something that I would like for us to monitor, in the CSBA presentation, they said there's 2 bills that are looking at putting a state bond for schools. One might be just K-12 focused, one includes UCs and CSUs, so that we could advocate maybe for us mostly, if we could maintain that information. I'm curious if maybe we could get, well, at least me, if you could give me more info on what specifically we could advocate for that really impacts our district. I think we should take advantage that the Senate president is from here and build on the relationships we have with him to maybe advocate.
School board background. And
Yeah, and
his wife is a principal. And
yeah, really leverage those relationships to just advocate more for us. I know that I'd like to do that. Any other board questions or comments?
I am with you on any type of lobbying work or advocacy work that we can do. It's been many years since we were in a situation. I mean, going back to, was it 2014 pre LCFF no COLA days. So we haven't been in this situation for a while. And so any lobbying days, anything like that, we do have the ear of the pro tem, our local guy, and a good relationship with our legislators.
And I do recall CSBA indicated that they're doing a virtual lobby advocacy. So maybe we could follow up and do something along those lines and maybe work with our partners, SRTA and others to advocate. That'd be great. All right.
We will keep you informed of opportunities to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will now move on to item F8, deferred maintenance plan update.
We will keep it very brief, and I'm going to hand it straight over to Eric and Dave.
Good evening. Thank you for having us tonight to talk about the fun subject of deferred maintenance. Appreciate you guys tonight. Thank you, Superintendent Churnell, President Medina, and members of the board. Let's see. Why is it not? Why is the slideshow not presenting? Oh, I have to hit return. Maybe not.
You just switched to me.
Maybe. I don't know why it's not sharing.
I think we're going to switch who is sharing because we're having some.
We'll still go quick. Oh, yeah, again. Okay, great. Deferred maintenance. Basically, that's the, definition, but it's really, we don't have any money, so we can't fix that. So it sits over here. A little bit of background about the maintenance fund. It's the routine restricted maintenance budget. It is 3% of the expenditures for the district. It's nowhere near enough. That covers all of our salaries, benefits, and of all the maintenance and grounds, and even some custodial department, and that is whatever's left over is used to make needed repairs. There is some other funding sources. Bond funds, of course, are greatly helpful, as well as possible reimbursements of state funds. Our state consultant from King Consulting is working on bolstering that account over the next few years to really help the maintenance department. We could briefly go through some lifespan. We can talk about deferred maintenance, but everything has a lifespan. So carpet is typically 10 to 15 years. Most of our flooring is pretty old, over 20 years. Roofing, we've been lucky with measures I and L to have replaced quite a few roofs in our district, but we're not quite there yet. So measures C and G should help take care of that. Underground plumbing is a major problem. Most of our systems underground were put in when the school was built, so most of them are well over the 60-year mark. Next slide, I think, is building lifespan. That just talks about how long our buildings technically are been upright and what kind of major renovations are needed to kind of keep them standing for the next 60 years. This is the flow chart for our maintenance work requests. As you can see, they go through, they're issued, then it goes to Dave. Is this a safety issue? If it is, it gets put right and scheduled to work right away. If not, you can see it goes through do we have resources? If not, it gets added to that backlog of deferred maintenance. I'll let Dave Harden, our maintenance manager, take over the next couple slides.
Thanks, Eric. So what you're looking at here is our deferred maintenance list. We've been keeping this list for a few years now, so this is just sort of the tip of the iceberg, if you will. So one of the good examples of something that really needs to be done is our tennis courts around the district are plagued with cracking and weeds. We try and maintain them as well as we can, knocking the weeds down, filling the cracks, but unfortunately we still have uneven surfaces. So that's a big part of why bond funding would be so crucial to help us out with replacing stuff like that. Okay, and we're working on a deferred maintenance plan that would spell out the lifespan of the buildings, roofs, HVACs, floor finishing. I think Eric touched on that a little bit. It would also give us an estimated cost for replacement of each. So moving forward, we would know what to look for in future bonds. And then one of the things we did this year was we're bringing the facilities inspection in-house, and that's a great tool. That'll actually allow me to go around and see every classroom in the district at least once a year and identify any issues that we have. Okay. So one of the projects that we'd like to do, Monroe and Burbank have parking lot drainage issues. So redoing some pipes in there would be an awesome thing to get done. Middle schools, some of our tracks over the years, we come in and put cinder down on our tracks. And unfortunately, we put down 10, 15, 20 yards when in reality, these need 100 yards each. So that would be another great thing that we could do with this money. And high schools, are a lot of our parking lots and service roads have potholes and cracking and in need of a lot of repair. So that would also be something we'd like to address.
And then so, you know, the big benefit for the maintenance department is these bonds and these bonds. I mean, I fought pretty hard to try to get Measure C and G passed, mostly from my maintenance lens, but picking up facilities helps too. But this will be a tremendous help to our department as far as taking care of a lot of that backlog and starting our guys in maintenance off to, instead of being reactive, becoming more proactive in what we're doing. So we'll stop there for questions and comments. Thank you.
Board comments, questions?
Just love being proactive, being in that position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would love to be.
I think the only thing that I would say is that, well, first off, I was looking at this picture that you chose for LC Allen High School, the gutter. I was walking with somebody through the school. The first thing they noticed was like, oh, look, you guys need to fix your gutters.
Yeah.
I can help with that. Maybe some paint job too.
Yeah.
But I bring that up because it just makes me think of like, you know, these visitors, they're immediately seeing that. And I imagine, what do our students feel about what their schools are looking like? And so we need to just keep that in mind. If we're not investing in the schools, what they look like, it impacts what they feel about how much we care about them.
Look good, feel good.
Yeah. So if there's no other comments from the board, I think that was a discussion item, so we will move on to the next item. Thank you. Next, we have the first read and possible waiving of second read for Board Policy 6163.2, Animals at School. We have Dr. Vicky Zands.
Okay, thank you. I know that we have until 10:45, so I'm going to speed talk. So Board Policy 6163.2, Animals at School, refers to just that. The board policy was originally adopted in October of 1996. So before I go into the changes, I just want to preface by saying I don't hate dogs. I've had dogs since I was a little kid. I currently have cats. I would rather have dogs. So it has nothing to do with my like or dislike of dogs. So I just want to put that out there for the public, okay? Don't want to be known as the dog hater. But since COVID, there has been at least one dog at every school site. Some school sites have many more than one dog on campus. We know of at least 35 dogs, and those are only the dogs that were reported. We asked the principals to let us know how many dogs they had on campus. And so the update to the board policy really just defines the different types of dogs and the purposes that they serve. So the original board policy just stated that animals can contribute to the instructional program by being teaching aids and helping people with disabilities. But there are now different types of dogs, which include service animals, therapy dogs, facility dogs, and emotional support dogs. And each of those types of dogs serve different purposes. Service animals are for people with a disability where they have a dog that is trained to do a specific task for them. So if they're blind, the dog helps them to navigate walking down the street. If they have epilepsy, the dog may let them know before a seizure is coming. The dog is specifically trained for that. A therapy dog is normally brought onto a campus in times of crisis or a traumatic event. So they're not dogs that are there all the time. They're brought onto campus during those times. Facility dogs are usually to teach individuals, to give them a sense of responsibility and promote humane treatment of living creatures. And emotional support dogs are dogs that are needed not by the students, but by the teacher for their own emotional support. Yes, for staff, excuse me. Thank you. For staff, for their own emotional support. And there is a process for that, an interactive process that we would take a staff member through if they showed that they had a need for an emotional support dog. So in essence, the change in the board policy is just defining the 4 different types of animals.
I just have a quick question. Does this policy cover, I mean, it's, definitely focused on dogs, but does it cover I remember when I was in elementary school, we had like a little lizard or something in the classroom. Like, does it cover other animals in the classroom?
It does, and in the very first paragraph, it refers to any animals in the classroom for instructional purposes. And if you refer to the AR, it will talk about the different types and the requirements of notification to parents, et cetera.
And I just want to clarify, I imagine this is something we would have to have met and conferred about. We did do that.
Can you repeat that?
It relates to working conditions, so I imagine we met and conferred on this with the unions.
So because this is a board policy, we don't typically meet and confer with the union on this.
Okay, so that's enough.
That's in now.
Any other?
I just had a question real quick about how the dogs are credentialed, I guess. There are different credentialing out there. Is that my understanding?
Yes, and so there are dogs such as canine companions, which are service animals, and they, again, they're trained to respond to a specific need that a disabled person would have. There are other types of dogs that need different certifications, and we require that that certification is shown. In addition, going into the AR, we talk about the requirements for vaccinations, the requirements for training, for notification to parents and staff of the presence of the dog, as well as to insurance liability.
I guess maybe this is in regards to the certification. Are there different areas where you mentioned canine companions, but I mean, other certification entities out there? Is there any type of, where one might be approved and one might not be approved, I guess?
We are using the language reputable at this
Okay.
point. There are certain entities such as PAWS and
Okay, that's what I'm
PALS.
getting at. So reputable is the term,
Yes.
I mean, that's, okay. And it's a pretty generic term. I mean,
Yes. Yes.
and I understand, we want to have understanding and we want to, if it's a reputable entity, it's a reputable entity.
Mhm.
Trustee La Torre?
Who's the onus of implementation of these roles put on? Is it just the administrator? Every one of our campuses has a sign right up front that says no dogs on campus, and the community doesn't always follow those rules. We drop off and pick up, you see animals all over. So are we putting that on the sites to monitor? And
So we have communicated out to administrators that this board policy change was coming. And once the board policy is approved, then we will communicate it out to all of our staff that the new board policy has been approved and will take effect. And we will give instructions to those wishing to pursue an interactive process or to bring licensed therapy dogs onto campus.
Trustee De La Cruz?
So at least 35 dogs that are already on school sites. How have we kind of certified and regulated their presence on campus?
So up until this point, it has been the onus of the administrator to let the staff know that they should not be bringing their dogs to campus until the board policy has been approved, and then they have subsequently been approved to bring their animal to work based on one of these 4 definitions.
Great.
Thank you. So given time, there's no blue cards. Is there a motion on,
Move for approval of the first read.
Second.
to just clarify, that was moved to approve the first read? Okay, so we'll bring back a second read at the next meeting. Okay, so moved by trustee Sheffield, seconded by trustee De La Cruz. Any discussion? Superintendent Trammell? Yeah, so he said only first read, so we won't waive the second read right now, so the second read will come back. That's what I understood, correct?
Is there an opportunity for us to touch base with our union partners before we bring back the second reading? Okay,
All right,
First read.
first read.
so this is the first read, that's what the motion's on. And call for the vote.
Trustee Sheffield.
Aye.
Trustee De La Cruz.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
President Medina.
Aye. Now moving on to consent items, could I get, oh, thank you. Motion on items G1 through G12.
Move to approve G1 through G12.
Second.
Moved by trustee De La Cruz, second by trustee Sheffield. Let's take it to the vote.
Trustee De La Cruz.
Aye.
Trustee Sheffield.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
President Medina.
Aye. Moving on to item H1, approval of the minutes from the regular board meeting held on January 10th.
Move to approve the minutes, January 10th.
Second.
Moved by trustee De La Cruz, seconded by trustee Sheffield. Vote.
Trustee De La Cruz.
Aye.
Trustee Sheffield.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Manieri.
Aye.
President Medina.
Aye. Now, any board member requests for information?
I'd like some more information on resources currently being used or needed for family engagement.
Any other requests? Not? J information items are there. I would really like to highlight J8, which is the feasibility study report on the school consolidation. We'll be having a special meeting for that on February 21st. It's on here in hopes that you could have time to read it. Well, with that said, meeting adjourned at 10:44.